Okay, folks. Good good morning and a pleasant welcome to another fascinating day and another important event that is set to begin. So before we go on, my name is James Flomo, and let me cross over to Liberia, where Dennis is seated and Lorena is also with us. So let me cross over to Dennis. Good morning, Dennis.
Morning, James. Good morning, James, and it's good to be here this morning. How are you?
Well, I'm okay. God is still manning me. At least I'm still moving on. How do you
Yeah,
do?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm fine. And we are here again today to observe the happening of Capitol Hill. Yeah.
Yeah, and we are getting live feed from Capitol Hill. So let's cross over to our colleague Sylvester Cholople, who is traveling with these lawmakers. I'm seeing Representative Marvin Cole and others. I think they are making their way to the Supreme Court. Good morning, Sylvester Cholople.
Be making our way shortly. The Supreme Court
Sylvester, good morning.
Good morning, James. So you are correct. Several lawmakers are now departing. The Yeah, are you hearing me, James?
Go ahead. The flow is in your court.
So
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying several lawmakers are now departing the office of the legislature and proceeding to the court, the Supreme Court. So they are meaning they are about, let's say, yeah, 7 to 8 lawmakers here. We just left the their new offices here at the Capitol building and then proceeding to the court, the Supreme Court. So as you can see, earlier on we saw Representative Yeke Koluba, who later on said he forgot about something. So his colleagues, as you can see over here, are now marching, going to the Supreme Court. These are fanatic coppers, the Ibato fanatic covers supporters, legislative supporters here now marching to the Supreme Court. So we are now leaving the Capitol building and proceeding to the Supreme Court of Liberia, James. So as it relates to the atmosphere at the Capitol building where we just left, the atmosphere is very cool. Only Starbucks like those lawmakers that you are seeing here. Most of the people there at the Capitol building are Starbucks there, and those are the lawmakers, or these are lawmakers that been around. Though some of them may still be around there, but these are the frantic covers group that are now making their way to the Supreme Court to do whatever in terms of justifying why Honorable Frantic covers should still remain Speaker. So that's it, James. So we just escorted them here at the Supreme Court, and once we reach, we will definitely come back because we know that our colleagues are posted there already.
Okay, thank you so much. In terms of security, how is it around the capital?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to
All right, Sylvester, let's travel to the Supreme Court since you
James,
have
are you
taken
hearing
it.
me?
Yes, Sylvester, we will get back to you later. Good morning, Chokon Flammer. Good morning, Chokon Flammer.
Good morning, James. Thank you for rejoining us from the grounds of the Temple of Justice in Monrovia, where we are right now. As you may be aware, the full bench of the Supreme Court of Liberia is expected to hold a conference with the lawmakers, and then the conference is expected to start by 11 this morning. We see a group of lawmakers are already on their way. They're almost here. And the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, Her Honor, Siane Yo, just arrived here. She's making her way into the building, maybe to go and settle down in her office before making her way uh, into the courtroom. So the lawmakers, they are here already on the grounds of the Capitol, Capitol building.
How is the security atmosphere there, Chokon?
Chokon, are you getting us? We're talking to you. You're not answering. James is asking you. Chokon
So
Flama,
as
please come through. Don't forget we are also on the radio.
you
James, good
you
morning.
you getting me now?
Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
Okay, in terms of security, like I said earlier on, that the security here on the grounds of the Capitol building is hiking. The security has increased on the grounds of the Capitol building to have access to the ground, to the Temple of Justice this morning. You have to be well identified. The joint security is here present. The Liberia National Police, as you can see here they are. The joint security here they are here presence, and they are all around the Capitol building, ensuring to provide security for the Capitol building. We see Representative Small Moba, who is also from District 3, Montserrat County, Flint, Representative Cole from Bond County, and they are here with a couple of other lawmakers who have come from the side of the speaker. They have arrived here as we are anticipating the arrival of the majority bloc. We just got information that they are also on their way, making their way to the grounds of the Supreme Court of
Okay,
Liberia.
Chokon, we will join you again. Let's cross over to the Capitol building where Cholo is in front of the.
What's your expectation
The
as you?
expectation is the law should be the law. So why in case things doesn't go away? Then that means the Supreme Court has ruled. Can we go the other way?
Can we see the shot? What radio on the shot?
We are going to respect the law. So if the Supreme Court rule, that's the ruling of the Supreme Court.
Do you think you are going to receive the kind of justice that you want involving the battle speaker?
Receive the justice of the Supreme Court, not the justice that I want, the justice of the Supreme Court. Because when the Supreme Court ruled, I mean, precedent have been set.
What would you say just a few days ago, the Americo who's now leading this team, plus you, Americo was suspended by the majority bloc speaker, quote unquote, Speaker Richard Coon, and today he's at the Supreme Court of Liberia. What do you foresee?
No, I don't want you to tell Richard Coon to be a speaker. Richard Coon is not a speaker. So when you want to tell me as a speaker, then I will not respond. So we're here to listen to the Supreme Court. So if the suspension of the illegal majority black will be respected, it will be determined by the Supreme.
So this question, do you have any idea, because we are getting reports that the deputy speaker, Thomas Fowler, did not attend session yesterday because members of the CDC, have called him and that he should, do what is right. Do you think that's why, like you said, Thomas Fowler did not go his session yesterday?
Well, I think Thomas Fowler is a law-abiding citizen. I think he should respect the law. Any people from the Supreme Court should be respected. Likewise, any people from the House of Representatives will be respected by the Supreme Court. Impeachment proceedings start from the House of Representatives. So we are separate branches of government, but we have something they call oversight. So we can check on one another for us to be able to function properly. So,
So
I think Tomo Fala is a law abiding citizen.
So I'm ask you because you are an experienced, lawmaker who, in the past time, carry your colleagues to court and warn them. In this particular case, what can you tell Liberian as to who will actually win this case in terms of, the majority block and the battle speaker?
Well, I know that the law will take its course. I know justice will be served to the Liberian people. Justice is not going to be served to the speaker. Justice is not going to be served to us, but justice is going to be served to the Liberian people today. So we expect to see justice, not to please us, but to please the Liberian people. It is the Liberian people that we're working for. The Liberian people voted for us. We need to serve them. So
Any news from the Senate in terms of working with the majority bloc?
well, the Senate got a right to work with who they want to work with. If they see it fit to work with people that they want to work with, it is up to them. But I think the senators are the elders. The elders should be able to protect the states and respect the law. So we are here to watch the process and see.
Okay, thanks for kind of Honorable. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So that's district number 10, Maswara County, Representative Yaka Koluba there speaking to media. So we now carry that. Okay, so we try to make our way at the.
Okay, Chodople, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We will join you back. Let's go back to the Supreme Court where Chokon and Johansson are currently posted. Larry, good morning. Why are we trying to get Chokon back?
Good morning, Mr. Flomo. How are you this morning?
Good morning, me.
So thank you for rejoining us,
Right.
James, and the rest of the team. Thank you for rejoining us from the grounds of the Capitol building this morning. The atmosphere here is quite impressive. The security, system here, the security, the presence of the joint security here is quite increasing. There are security, presences around the Supreme Court of Liberia, to the back, the front, and everywhere they are here. To even have access to this place, you have to be properly identified to your institution and why you are here, because I think the rationale is that this is a political matter, and politicians, lawmakers will be arriving here, will be coming here, and that's why the securities, presence here is quite tight. Yeah. So we just saw the arrival of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, Her Honor Justice Siaden Yo. She just arrived a moment ago. And then we also expecting, according to what we gathered, that the other associate justices will soon be arriving. This matters. Okay, I'm told that they are already here. It means that we are just waiting, the lawmakers to arrive. The conference should be by 11 o'clock, and lawmakers are also arriving here at the same time. So as we gather, the majority bloc, they are on their way, making their way to the grounds of the Supreme Court of Liberia. So that's it, James, and the rest of the team.
Lorena wants to ask you.
Good morning, Chokon.
Yeah, morning, Lorena.
You guys are doing well. Thank you for being there. And all of what you have said, we have heard. And Liberian people are following us, of course, and at the same time listening. So we just want to know what do you
Good,
think
good
is
morning,
the
Chairman. Welcome to Spoon TV. You are here this morning. What's your anticipation from this entire matter on today?
Well, today is the argument, so nothing much today. Just hear from the lawyers. I'm sure the Supreme Court will reserve ruling, so we'll wait.
Reserve ruling. Maybe you're thinking in favor of the
I hope in favor of the law. It doesn't matter who.
but the other guys are claiming that they are also on the side of the law and they
Yeah,
libering
so
people.
that's why the Supreme. That's the only reason why the Supreme Court was created. When we have argument, and then the court will decide whose side is the right side.
Some of your colleagues on the majority side, they have argued that the Supreme Court should not be interfering with the
Then let them
legislative
stay to where they
matters.
are. If they think that the Supreme Court should not interfere, then why they come in? People should not just be talking things because they feel talking. The Supreme Court is the arbiter of the law, is the final arbiter of our legal system. You have to respect that.
The majority bloc and the and Speaker Funanti Kofa's bloc, who is holding the country hostage?
Who's not going to work? We all came with one chamber. They say that the people will to work. Who is not going there? You make that determination, my friend. Don't ask me.
So, Honorable Benedict, if the law rule against Speaker Kofa,
I say it's finished. That's the end of the story.
Wow. So is there any, maybe after this, the law already said everybody should return to a status quo ante. Is there any plan B in the block of the speaker? Maybe to pick somebody to support.
We'll decide that when it comes.
Is it you?
Let me spoil it now.
Chairman Musa.
Honorable Benedict, can we ask you this last question?
So, Chokon, Lorena was asking you.
Can you wait? Let's do what they want. Don't I have the right to do
Chokon, good morning.
So, is it true?
that? I have the right
Is there
to do
any
that.
plan?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Musa Assemblity.
Chokon, hello.
Yes, you get me? We were just in
I'm getting you
conversation
clearly.
with
Chokon, looking at the
Nima County
atmosphere at the
District 7
Supreme Court.
representative.
Okay, so some of the representatives from the majority bloc are appearing, right?
No, we have not seen majority bloc lawmakers here, but the lawmakers who are arriving here in their numbers are from the bloc of the speaker, the minority bloc. They are arriving. We just heard a conversation with Nima County District 7 representative Musa Hassan Belite, who is clear that they support the law and that's why they are here on today. All right. So, Representative Belite said it clear. This is the vehicle carrying Representative Belite. He's here to support his side.
Okay, and his side is the majority bloc, right? Because he said the rule of law must prevail.
Minority, he's with the speaker.
Minority, I'm sorry, he's with the minority bloc.
Not speaker Richard.
Yeah, you know, I normally don't refer to Fonanti's bloc as minority. I just refer to it as the Fonanti bloc. But anyways, we know that we are here to make sure we bring all the live coverages. We are on different radio, different media institutions. There are radio stations that that are relaying us from different counties. So we know that you people are going to give us, top-notch happenings from the Supreme Court today. I guess this Robo is almost there. He's going to join you guys. You are the capital as well. So I just wanted to know from you. You are at the Supreme Court, I'm sorry. Looking at the atmosphere. Chokon.
I'm hearing you.
All right, Chokon, looking at the atmosphere, what do you foresee today?
Well, like we spoke to Chairman Musa Hassan Belite. He said that it's all about everybody making their case today before the full bench of the court of the Supreme Court. Everybody will make argument. The two sides will make argument, but ruling will be reserved. And that ruling, if the ruling falls on either side, he spoke about the definitely the ruling will fall on the side of the law. So that was his concern. But from the local things here, everybody is all the situation is all about what the law says and what's the Supreme Court ruling going to be like on today, and which will be tied around the law for either side. So today is all about making that case before the full bench. Why you think they should have another speaker outside of the regular chambers at the House of Representatives, and why Speaker J. Funati Kofa is legitimate. He's still the legitimate Speaker of the House of Representatives. So all of those arguments will be brought to bear on today. So that's why we already have our reporter, Sylvester Chuluble, who we just
He is also of the
spoke to him.
capital. Yeah.
Yes, lay his way into the courtroom directly. Will be giving us update from the courtroom,
Okay.
on the various arguments in the courtroom on today. So the atmosphere here is quite unique. Like I said earlier on, the security, the presence of the Liberia National Police and the joint security here also hiking. You can see that they are here at the entrance. Before having access to this place on today, you have to be properly identified. Maybe tell your institution and why are you here on the grounds of the Supreme Court. That's the screening we went through this morning before
Mm-hmm.
arriving here. So we
Okay,
are
Chokon.
anticipating. We were told by one of our colleagues that the majority bloc are on their way, and of course, yes, indeed, in our screen, yeah, you can see them that they are on the way. So we're waiting to see what's going to happen. We're going to hope to talk with some of those people from the majority bloc that we did to the other people to see what's their anticipation on today's conference with the full bench of the Supreme Court of Liberia.
Okay,
Chokon,
Chokon. So
before we let go of
let,
you, I just wanted to ask if there are representations from both blocks already at the Supreme Court.
We
Are there
we we,
representations
we have not seen
from the legal teams?
the legal
The legal
team
teams.
yeah, we're not seeing the legal teams of the majority bloc, but the minority, they have been arriving with their team, including lawmakers from Masurado and other counties. So the minority bloc, the side of the speaker, they are well prepared and waiting for maybe the time they are gone, uh, upstairs to wait until the 11 o'clock, time set up.
okay, Chokon, we want to join the majority block to know exactly where they are. Thank you so much. As we cross over to the majority block, we will keep you right here so that our viewers can keep getting you. Haji Masale, good morning.
Uh, Good morning, James. I hope you're hearing me.
Yes, we are getting you. Where are you right now? What's the latest update from the majority block?
Okay, so we are in Congo Town, heading to the Supreme Court, but some members of the majority bloc are already on their way. They should be ahead of us, and some are in this convoy that you are seeing. But I'm here with the chair on the executive of the House of Representatives, Honorable Sekou Kanen. So he also going to the Supreme Court. So we expect the lawyers representing the legal interests of the majority bloc to already be there in a chamber or in the court.
Okay, Dennis wants to ask you.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Dennis, you are okay.
Okay. Haji Masale, I just heard you talking about chair on the.
No, we are not getting Dennis.
Yes, I heard her. She said, I just talked about chair on the executive.
Yeah,
Yes.
go
So
ahead.
I'm asking whether Emmanuel Dan has been changed.
So plenary took a decision to because many of the lawmakers in the minority could not join the majority, and the business of the Liberian people has to be done. They cannot wait for lawmakers who do not want to come to a session. So plenary took a decision, just as you saw the removal of the former speaker or the embattled speaker for Nati Kofa and the subsequent election of Honorable Richard Nangwe Kun of District 11 as the Speaker of the House of Representatives. So that call for the dissolution of all the committees and new committees, members were, appointed to steady affairs of the leadership.
That means you are talking about the majority block decision that they took, right? The majority block decision it took in terms of forming new committees.
So according to them, it's plenary decision. So whenever a quorum is met, when a decision is taken, is a mandate of plenary of the House of Representatives or the Parliament.
Okay, all right.
Can we talk to the quote unquote chair on executive from the majority bloc?
So he is drafting. So I don't know whether you would like to talk to Honorable.
Okay. We lost
Signal was
Haji.
breaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we lost Haji Machar. Okay, let's see if we can get him back. Haji, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm asking whether you want to talk to Honorable Kenneth.
No, no, you can go ahead to talk to him.
So Honorable Kenneth, welcome to Spoon TV. Right now you are on your way to the Supreme Court. What sort of hearing do you expect from the Supreme Court today?
Well, good morning to the peace of the people of God. We expect a very good argument, and we are certain that at the end of the day, um, we will become victorious and the ruling will be in our favor. But what we believe, what we did was in keeping with our rules and in keeping with the Constitution. But again, this is a legal matter, legal preliminary, to go and debate the situation. And whatever comes out, we will now make a determination from there.
You
But
are,
we are certain that we will become victorious in this hearing today.
most of your colleagues in the majority bloc have argued about this removal being more political rather than legal. What's your own opinion about it?
What they say is true because right now, Honorable Fonati argument is he was not given due process. I think the political aspect, the court cannot interfere into political things. They are an institution, they are a judicial branch, they cannot interfere into what we do.
Right.
All right. So I think in my opinion, like I said, I'm not a legal person. My opinion, the court will be hearing the the issue that has to do with his fundamental right, whether you are given due process or not. I think that's my opinion. That's what the court will be uh, diving into rather than the political aspect.
Did you give him um, that kind of due process? And I can recall plenary took a decision to set up committee to investigating. Was it served letter of invitation to sit with the committee? Uh, did you give him that kind of due process?
Yes, from what was explained in plenary yesterday, yes, you are given everything that is needed to give him that opportunity to appear before us. It is the opinion of the majority that he did not take advantage of that. But again, let us not preempt what will be said. Let us go to the court, respect the court. We will go and listen to what the court will say. But what the court can do, they cannot tell us, they cannot interfere in the matter. We are clear on that. Whether we go to session, whether we don't go to session, we have three separate branches of government and distinct. We must coordinate how we work, how they work. They can't tell us that. I mean, a case in point with our sister that was being thrown out of the car, and when we sent for the judiciary to come and give some explanation, the Supreme Court wrote out clearly that we don't have that jurisdiction over the judge. If they anything is they, the judicial branch will take an action against the judge. So in such, going back to what they said, they also can tell us as a branch of government what to do, what not to do. We respect them. We would. That's why we are going to court to make sure that listen to the issue that has to do with the fundamental right of our colleague, Honorable Fonatif Kofa. But political interference, the court cannot interfere. We clear on that, but we go and listen to what they will say.
And the court cannot impose a person to lead the House of Representatives. What's your take on that?
They can't even go that route because it be like they are interfering into our another branch of government. What I believe, what the court interest is, his due process that he claimed was denied. I think that would be the crux of today's hearing, and our lawyers will be arguing what was done, what was not done, and then they have done their briefing and they have done what is required of them per law. So we go and listen to them, and at the end of the day, we come back and wait the court because this is a constitutional matter. We are setting between now and Friday. They will definitely come up with a ruling.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Cannon, from District 2, Mansorado County. So, colleagues, you listen to the honorable lawmaker. So he gave a specific scenario where they invited a judge of the judiciary to come and explain on certain matters which um, a Liberian was being victimized, and the legislature wanted to step in, and the Supreme Court wrote the legislature asking them to stay clear of all judicial matter. It is not that their prerogative. So yesterday we talked to Honorable Clarence Guy. He too lay out a scenario where if you heard about Jessica Lord, a lady who allegedly was an American allegedly attempted murdering. That matter was in court, and the legislature, the House of Representatives, so to speak, tried to intervene. And another letter again was sent by the Chief Justice asking the House of Representatives or the legislature to stay clear of all judicial matters. So this is just it that the separation of power. There are three branches of government. Nobody tells its friend or another branch how it conducts itself. But like what Honorable Kenneth just stated is that the crux of the matter will be whether Honorable Fernati Kofa, the embattled speaker, was given a due process. And as he said, Honorable Kofa was served letter on several different occasions to come to the hearing for the investigation. That was
Okay.
a due process, but he forfeited all of those.
All right. So thank you, Haji. We will get back to you very soon. We want to cross over to the Supreme Court. We are hearing that embattled Speaker Kofa's lawyers have just arrived. Good morning, Chokon. Chokon?
Yeah, so James, you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing
Yes,
you.
yeah, I guess
What's the update?
Okay, this is Juraisi. Okay, so
oh,
yes, the two block lawyers have arrived. Just in, Councillor Bani Sherman just walked in, who is representing the majority block, and also the minority block lawyer, Councillor Johnson, is already in too as well. So for now, we are yet to receive the majority block representatives who are making their way in, but the minority block represented are already in. Majority of them are in already. They are seated already in court. So we are yet to receive the majority block lawyers representatives. I mean.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, Lauren, you can take over.
all right, James. Thank you. We are back in studio. If you are there, we are right here on Spoon 107.5 FM. We are also live on Fabric 101.1 FM. We are on Spoon TV
And
live on
so
Facebook.
that's the
Okay, Jurassic.
chair on judiciary from the Senate. He has just arrived and he's working in the Supreme Court as well. And few senators are also arriving here to witness this case as well.
All
Okay.
right, Jurassic.
Who are some
Yes.
of those senators that have arrived?
So
Go ahead.
previously we saw okay, previously we saw two senators, but I couldn't recognize them. They left, but then the Senate on Judiciary came earlier. He left and came back, and now he's entering in the courtroom to witness the case. And that's the minister there, the Minister of Justice. He just entering his vehicle. He was in earlier. He just entering his vehicle. The Attorney General of the Public Library is already into as well. He's pretty seated to. I don't know whether he will speak on behalf of the government yet. I have not yet confirmed that, but that's the Minister of Justice there just leaving the court.
Okay, thank you. Lauren wants to talk to you.
All right, but why would a Minister of Justice be leaving the court?
Ah, that you have the Attorney General there now. Maybe he will come back.
The Attorney General is in, so so so
Uh,
the minister came earlier and then the attorney general followed later. So they spent roughly about 3 hours in there because they came earlier this morning and they've been in there, and the attorney general left in, and then the minister is on his way back to office or to the executive mansion, any of them. So probably there's something that they are discussing because the Supreme Court, I think, or someone the justice minister.
All right, Jurassic. We know we have Sylvester Chorople, our reporter, already within the court. So in the next 7 minutes, Dennis, we expect to hear the case to be heard, that the proceeding will start because they told us at 11, and we have the next 7 minutes to make sure we report to the Liberian people what is unfolding within the Supreme Court. And we earlier on, Jurassic, we saw Representative Yeke Koluba, who refused to refer to Representative Rachel Kun as Speaker. So is he already within the Supreme Court building?
Yes, yes, Lorena, Yega Koluba came along with the majority bloc, so they are already in. They are
Is
seated
he with
in
the
already. They
majority
came,
bloc or
yeah,
minority?
they came with the majority. The minority bloc. I mean, sorry for that.
Minority.
Sorry for that error. The minority bloc. So, like I said, majority of the minority bloc representatives are already in, but we have yet to receive the majority bloc. They are making their way to court.
All right. Well, we are right here to make sure we bring all of the unfoldings from the Supreme Court. That is where we are today. We are not at the Capitol building, but we have our reporters around on Capitol bypass so that you get top notch, as I will refer to it, reportings and information when it comes to what is unfolding today on Capitol Hill as we were there yesterday. Dennis, I know you want to come in and
Yeah,
look at what is going on today. The rule of law must prevail. From what I see, James Flomo.
yeah. I
I
just want to. I want to make a. I want to make a correct. A little correction. I think earlier we talked about the Justice Minister leaving, saying that
Yeah.
the Attorney General. So,
Attorney
so
General.
the
Yes.
yeah, the Justice Minister is also the Attorney
The
General of
Attorney
the
General
Republic of
of the Life.
Liberia.
Yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
who represent. Yeah, who
But
represents the government in terms of cases before the Supreme Court or in court.
They
So
have
just
the
to make that little
Solicitor
correction. Yeah,
General.
you can go ahead. Yeah, you can go
all
ahead.
right. So today is the day, as it is being considered, Denise, due to the fact that today we want to hear what the Supreme Court rulings is going to be. Of course, we know that it has to be the rule of law, but at the same time, as a majority bloc, they will listen. Yes, it is the rule of law, but then when they leave and they go back to the Capitol building, what do we expect? Do we expect that they will say, oh, because the rule of law says so? They knew the rule of law from what I see at the beginning, and yet they still went ahead to do what they wanted to do. It's like you cannot impose or force someone on us that we don't want to work with. So what do you think? What's going to happen at the end? Are we still going to have two speakers? The embattled speaker, as you refer to him, Honorable Councillor Fonanti Kofa, and at the same time, the newly inducted speaker, whom is Honorable Richard Kuhn.
Yeah, so at this point is like unpredictable to actually predict what will happen next, because when Haji Masale was in conversation with one of the representatives from the majority bloc, we overheard him saying that they uh, they they have separation of powers, so the judicial branch cannot interfere with their happenings at the legislature. So it shows that those lawmakers from the majority bloc already have a position. They are resolved in terms of not wanting to, adhere to maybe what we term as the law, to follow the proceeding, to follow the law. So they are resolved to their quest in terms of removing the embattled speaker Funati Kofa. So we hope to see exactly what will happen, especially after the court decision. We hope to see what will happen and what will be the steps that will be taken by the minority bloc and the majority bloc, whether they will respect in terms of the court mandate of returning to starter code ante, whether they will say yes, we're going to give Fonati Kofa due process, as he has been saying he has not given not been having the time to accord him the due process. So we hope to see what exactly going to happen, because like I
So,
said,
Honorable Koga just arrived.
okay.
Honorable Koga just arrived from the
Can we talk to him?
majority block. He's the head for
Or
the majority block. He has just arrived and he's headed to the court now. So once he's
okay,
here,
Okay, right.
definitely it tells us that the majority block are around here and the majority of them will be trooping in anytime soon.
yeah, go ahead. Okay, folks, if you're just joining us, we want to welcome you. And according to our reporter who is within the courtroom, 2 minutes from now, the entire process will start. That is, they're going to be starting exactly at 11 o'clock. So in the next 2 minutes, we should be getting live update from the Supreme Court. And the chairperson of the majority bloc has also arrived, Representative Koga, who already made his way within the court room. So let's know exactly where Haji and the rest of the majority bloc who are traveling with him, where they are exactly. Haji, where are you now?
Okay, so James, we are approaching 10th Street, but just to let you know that a good number of good number of members of the majority black are already on the grounds of the Supreme Court. Just a few that are in the traffic coming. So maybe in the next 5 minutes, this convoy will be at the Supreme Court.
Okay. So okay,
For
we're
the
crossing
Supreme
over
Court is
to the
the
Supreme Court.
final arbiter of justice. And this is where you come and solicit justice if your rights are infringed on or violated under the law. So the Supreme Court should not be a place that should be considered as being a lion den. This is for everybody because we come to seek justice. And this is where justice is served without partiality.
You look very relaxed this morning. What's the secret? It is that you are confident that this will be in your interest.
So the thing is, the Supreme Court will now overrule its decision based on precedent cases. There are two major principles of law that will be discussed. One of them is the issue of the separation of power. Article 3 of our Constitution states clearly that you've got three separate distinct branches of government. And equally so, there is the one we call the political question doctrines, that the Supreme Court will not interfere with political matters. And what you see happening at the legislature is mere political activities, what you call legislative politics. So you follow the justice in chamber ruling from the last writ that was being prayed for, and you will get to understand that it is clear that the justice in chamber said that he will not intervene into the constitutional mandate of the legislature, because no one branch of government can swat sponty, buying the activity of that government.
Are you willing to adhere to the to whatever that will come from the Supreme Court?
So the ruling of the Supreme Court is final, and the court has to be respected. It cannot be in abeyance of the dictates or the ruling of the Supreme Court.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So you heard from him. He's from the majority bloc, and he's saying that the court cannot interfere into legislature's matter. So
So that is
saying that,
Representative Marcus Thomas.
yeah, that's Michael Thomas from the majority bloc. So are we saying that the court will throw out this case? Yet we have not yet, So we are waiting to hear from that whether the court going to throw out this case or the court will continue this case. But from what he's saying, I think that's their point, that the court should not interfere into legislative matters. So that's their point. So with the case be thrown out today, or with the court continue with the ruling. So we are yet to see that.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Dennis, you were talking when he came in.
No, I was just telling him that that was Michael Thomas, Representative Michael Thomas. Yeah.
Okay, okay, I solved that problem. It's okay. I had to mute Cyrus Hammond. Cyrus
Yeah,
Hammond?
he's on the live. Cyrus will welcome you to the live. Cyrus is our director of news here, and that's why we're working in the background. So it is a good thing, we have a full team here today. James, Cyrus Hammond is there. Cyrus, come on, welcome.
Thank you so much for.
Cyrus, you have to
Go ahead.
Are you
your
getting me?
camera.
Ready?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the camera. You have to
Yes,
work on the
still
camera.
making adjustments.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for welcoming me, and hope to do our very best to provide the best of coverage for this case, because it's very, very important. Almost every Liberian out there waiting to hear what will be the news from the Supreme Court, the majority bloc and the bloc of Speaker Folanti Kofa. Because basically the majority bloc have said they have declared the seat vacant, and they have removed him. But Speaker Kofa is saying no, I'm still a legitimate speaker, so I have to go to the highest arbiter of justice to interpret this. So that's basically why we are here, and we are hoping to see what will come out from the Supreme Court.
Okay, thank you, Hammond. Haji, you have arrived. Can you tell us exactly what's happening? Where are you headed right now?
Yeah, so like I told you earlier, James and the Congress in studio, that good number of the majority bloc were already here, and another group were on their way, and so we just arrived. So we expect the argument to be entertained by 11 o'clock. It's already 11. So we saw the interview of Honorable Michael Thomas. In the interview, we saw Sam Brown. These are members of the majority bloc. So this is Sekou Cannon of the second district of Monserrato County. He just so we came together. So he will be joining a colleague in the chamber of the Supreme Court.
we'll see you on the grounds of the temple of justice.
Okay, thank you.
Today's conference.
All right, for those on the radio, listening via radio, we welcome you to Spoon 107.5 FM. We are also live on Fabric 101.1. We are on Spoon TV Live, Fabric TV, Super TV, and even via YouTube. So we are on all of the apps, and you just follow us and see happenings that are going on from the Supreme Court. Hey, that is where we are. Our reporters are posted, and I'm in studio with Dennis Lipson and Sarah Hamon. My name is Lorena Honoré. Of course, we have James Gude Flomo also in the StreamYard. And so we welcome all of you via radio. We know you depend on us. There will be a time where we'll open the lines for you people to, make your own contributions. But today is the day. And most Liberians are hoping that our people will adhere to the rule of law where it comes to the constitution of Liberia. Liberia can only be respected, Liberians can only be respected if we go by the rule of law. Cyrus, I'm just trying to, gist around it, Denise.
Yeah.
If we say we are a law-abiding nation and that the rest of the world should respect us, then we have to be law-abiding citizens. We don't want to make a history where we'll be on the wrong side of humanity or the law. But at the same time, there should be, a resolution to whatever it is, because you cannot force majority bloc, even though they might know, they already know. I know all of those representatives know what the law is of Liberia, yet they went ahead to do what they did. Councillor Fonanti Kofa, the House Speaker, who knows that the rule of law must be prevailed, took his case to the court. He and the minority bloc, you understand, saying that, you know what, I'm not going to fight these people. I know I'm on the right side, so let me just take my case to the Supreme Court, which of course today the Supreme Court has to sit on it and come up with a ruling. Now, after the Supreme Court come up with the ruling, will these guys from the majority bloc agree, even if it is against them? They say, oh, we don't want to work with President Speaker Honorable Fonanti Kofa. You heard one of them from the minority bloc saying he cannot even refer to Richard Kun as speaker because he is not yet speaker. You understand? According to if we are going by the rule of law, so then what's going to happen after they have left the Supreme Court? In case the Supreme Court might rule in favor, I'm just saying, of the law. And if the law is in favor of minority bloc, House Speaker from Fonanti Kofa, then what is going to happen from the majority bloc? How are we going to see our country, moving forward from the House of Representatives, of course, whom the whole entire government, I might say, depend on to move this country forward? Yeah, Liberian people, we have been talking to them. They both say we want people to do our job. Yet the country is divided right now when it comes to this politics from the House of Representatives. There are Liberians in favor of the majority bloc. At the same time, there are Liberians in favor of the minority bloc. So what is going to happen at the end? How can we see our country moving forward peacefully?
And like you said, Liberia should be respecter of law. That has to do with the lawmakers. We always, and we said just yesterday that lawmakers are the one who are ensuring that we have, our laws and all of that. Their name implies. So it shows that they should be law abiding. And this is not about political move and all of that. It is not because certain things happen in the past and people dwell on that. That means that when another administration takes over, there should be the same steps follow. And if we are talking about development, we are talking about Liberia continue to make mistakes in terms of our Liberians, in terms of how development initiatives should be taken, and how government official or government should ensure that there's development in the country, the rule of law, integrity, and all of those things be followed. It is important that the lawmakers themselves be example of those things that they ought for Liberians to do. So it's about applying the rule of law, ensuring that law prevail. There's standing rules for whatsoever situation or issues they are faced with now, how to go about it, what should be done. It shouldn't be like, and this is what happened in Liberia. Each time you hear people, oh, that thing happened before, man, it ain't happened before, so it will happen again, and that's it. So that's where we find ourselves as a country, and it's just a visual cycle, that things continue to happen. People will see those things happening. They who want to make change because if you want to do this, oh, but you the only person that because of you the country will not go on. So I think like the embattled speaker has said, all he needs is the law and to ensure that they follow the law. I see Representative Fode Famule. They
Haji
have
on mute.
okay.
Okay, we lost Haji because I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so all I was saying is that the rule of law needs to be followed, and we saw like we're measuring the statement about the U.S. embassy on yesterday, the U.S. ambassador calling for Liberians to respect the rule of law, because if a country is respecting its people, I respect of the law, people come to respect them, and Liberia right now can be referenced when it comes to democracy in the sub-region, when it comes to the election, on how we conducted ourselves during the just ended election. These are precedents that were set. So with the legislature, it is important that they themselves also set those
Yeah,
precedents.
let's join
It's
Haji. Haji Masale, we are with you. Go
So,
ahead.
folks,
Thank you. I'm glad to be with you.
so your presence here
Let's,
this morning, do you care to tell us what's the expectation?
before I tell my expectation, I want to say to Spoon, you have one of your reporter in studio. She's misleading the Liberian people. You need to call her now to order. She's saying that she has said a statement I'm driving on, saying that as the law is on the side of Fanati, who is she to determine who the law is on their side? Because we do not know who the law is on their side, that's why we assemble here that the justices can interpret the law.
Can you treat that as a personal opinion of
yeah, but it's a personal opinion, but people are consuming it to the general public. So I think that it's better that we call the correction, that the law is not on the side of anyone. It is the justices that will determine who the law is on their side.
So do you think the law...
that you call the management or Spoon to call their reporter to order?
That's why I just told one reporter here. I may not be in a position now to call management. That's why I've just said it publicly to one of the reporters. So he knew to do a due diligence by calling back on base in studio to inform her that if she gave her analysis, she needs now to determine as to who the law is on their side.
Why in case the law doesn't go in your favor?
We know the law is going in our favor. There are precedent cases. There are three things that are determining this fact.
Okay.
One is the doctrine of separation of power. The Constitution is clear on Article 3. No one branch shall interfere with the work of another branch. So by the Supreme Court, the court or the judiciary telling us what to do is interference. That's one. The next thing I want to understand, there's something called the political question doctrine. Under the political question doctrine, legally, it says that matters that are solely political must be left with the political arm of government. So the issue that have to do with the removal of a speaker or suspension of a member, it is solely political. The only process in which the court normally interfere is the one for judicial review. And this comes in with the issue that have to do with the due process. And we can say to you, a president, many of you people are legislative reporters. You saw it that due process was exhibited to the fullest. Like the case involving Senator Snow, you observed that during the days of Senator Snow, there was no what we call complaint filed against on the Snow. The majority at the time woke up this morning with their resolution and went ready and removed him. It is not a case. There was no committee report. No committee was constituted. There was no minutes of the committee hearing. There was no report to the floor. Unlike our situation, we filed a due process. We were able to file a complaint before the leadership before plenary. Before the leadership brought to the attention of plenary. Plenary took a decision to constitute a committee to investigate the former speaker. In the process of the investigation, he was asked to recuse himself from all proceeding of his position, and everything was passed on to the next in line, which was the presiding the deputy speaker by then. Thereafter, the investigative committee wrote 3 different occasions and sent him. He refused. The dispatcher brought the returns that he has refused. Even the last invitation, the dispatcher informed us that Representative J. Marvin of Bone County received the complaint from the dispatcher. He went to the speaker's office, the then speaker. He was in the office for more than 30 minutes. It is presumed reasonably that they might have photocopied the complaint. They might have analyzed it for themselves. Then later he returned it to the dispatcher and say, we cannot take this complaint. Thereafter, the committee still went to work and conducted a hearing. After the conduct of the hearing, the committee took minutes of the hearing. Complainants appeared. They gave testimony. Questions were asked. They were able to display exhibits to prove what they are saying. Councillor Kofa has repeatedly told us that he's no longer having an interest. He relinquished his interest in the international law group. But it was disappointing to know, he said when he began WSQ in 2021, it was disappointing to know, we display a voucher that carry Fanatic Kofa's name. And LTA, Laboratory Communication Authority, is making a payment of sum of $10,000 to the law firm as contribution towards his mother burial. So how can you say no longer have interest in this place, but they are making contribution for your mother's burial through the same people that you claim you do not have interest in? So he's lying on. Let me land that, G. I try to give you a play-by-play description of the due process. We did not come to this process by accident or coincidence. We were able to sit and analyze everything step by step before reaching to this far. Besides that, the committee made a report to plenary. And on the basis of the committee report, plenary took a decision. Article 49 is clear. It says two-thirds majority vote. Read the resolution. See the signatory to the resolution. Let me say to him, I hope that he can go without guilt forever. He can go without regret to say that he's going to send his men to us to come and sign a resolution so we can take it to the chamber. That was one of the greatest mistakes the former speaker did. And I'm sure that he's going to live without regret. And let me say this to the public. There is this myth from many of the reporters and the public around here, and quote-unquote talk show hosts, in the name that the resolution was not read in the main chamber. Let me provide a clarity. The legislature does not currently have a main chamber. If the legislature has a main chamber, it should be the chamber that is hosted in the Woolen Ara Tubber building. The chamber we are using is not a chamber in the first place. Do your research. That was constructed by the Chinese as a conference room. If you check behind the place the speaker sit in the deputy speaker, you see a projector there. You can attest to that, right? No, I'm not saying.
When did you realize?
Hello.
You've been presenting.
Hello. Will you protect me? I'm not saying that we're not using it for chamber. Not the point I'm making. My point is, this is not the main chamber because the perception is why the resolution was not read in the main chamber. I'm saying it is not main chamber. It is because the main chamber in the Woolen Ara Tubber that hosted the 52nd, the 53rd is on a renovation. That's why, as member of the 54th went to the conference and made it as a chamber. So it's not a main chamber. In legislative politics or in the legislature, people are seated, lawmakers are seated per county. You can attest that go to the Senate, go back to the 52nd and 53rd. In the Chinese complex where we sit, in the conference, are we seated by county? Spoon, are we seated by county?
In the joint chambers, are you seated by county as well?
So, I also want to say to you, to support my argument that place is not a main chamber, the next argument I want to prove is this. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the House of Representatives was using the joint chamber, while the Senate was using the rectangle. So if we insist per your argument that the resolution was not taken to the main chamber, quote unquote main chamber, if I were to pray to accept your analysis, it means that when the House of Representatives was sitting in the joint chamber during the COVID-19 because of 6 feet distance from one another. So it means that because they are not in the joint chamber, in the main chamber, quote unquote, per your analysis, every decision that was taken by them, by the House of Representatives, should be nullified because we are not taking the main chamber. If I were to accept you, I come also to say to you, every decision taken by Liberian Senate during the COVID-19, when they were setting the return of the national legislature, it should be nullified. It should not be considered as a decision. Is that what you are trying to say?
That was a case of an emergency, Chief.
Pardon me?
It was a case of emergency.
So when Honorable Marvin Cole, Honorable Papi Flumer went and locked the current chamber we are using, which you are a witness to, led to raining insults, naked insult on the mother of the deputy speaker, the key in their possession. You expected us to walk to them and in the first fight to take a key from them? Don't be a bias in this process. Don't be biased. You saw it. Then you tell me it was a case of emergency. Were you not there when you saw them throwing stones at us? When we were at the flagpole reading our vote of no confidence? No, I'm not emotional. I just want to understand. No, I'm not emotional. No, I'm not emotional. I want you to understand that I will not tolerate a biased statement in this interview. Let us go to the point.
I want to take you back regarding Councillor Kofa giving, statement that is unrealistic, that he no longer part of the international law group, but yet instead he has received and he took money. How do you classify the attitude towards the
It's
Liberian?
Just an update coming in from the courtroom. According to our colleague who is there, all justices of the Supreme Court are seated, and Fonati Kofa's lawyers, Cabinet Janet and Serino Seaford, they are all there. The majority bloc is also represented. And he said all of the five justices are seated, and the Supreme, that is the Chief Justice, has called has started speaking and called for the case to begin, or for the conference to begin. So we will keep bringing you update from within the court. So everything has started. The law is the law. The law is the law has started, and we will keep bringing you update. And this will last maybe up to Friday, at which time we might get a ruling.
Bearing are then broken. I hear you say stand by the law. Which law has been violated here? So if Fanati went to work as Speaker and Deputy Speaker, uses influence, LTA, LPRC, Maritime, NPA, return an agreement to his law firm. He claimed that he recused himself from there. We still have document in our possession that he payment was done through this law firm to him. Is it not violating the law? Article 90. Is it not 90A and B is violated? You don't.
So just to get a break in again, Councillor Arthur Johnson is leading the speaker's lawyer, and he's currently speaking on behalf of Fonati's bloc. So currently on the stand is Speaker Fonati's, that is embattled Speaker Fonati's lawyers, who are currently speaking, but the lead speaker right now is Councillor Arthur
for
Johnson.
the law to be interpreted. Okay. And I will not accept any journalist to come into this noble perfection. Any journalist to come into this noble perfection.
Who are you referring to?
Thank you so much.
You can refer to a journalist.
So just before Lauren, before you even come in, I want to speak in your behalf right here.
Yeah.
You did not say the law is on Fonati's side.
Not
What you
all.
said, you said if the law is on Fonati's side.
Exactly. What if?
Yes. Yeah, you said what if. So I think the representative is emotional, and he should be able to work on that while he awaits the ruling from the court. Just to clarify for our audience out there and those who listen, I think the got it. You said what if, and that is a conditional statement, which of course anyone is allowed to use it. So Spoon did not say, or you did not say that the law is on Fonati's side. You said what if. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, James, I know Dennis wants to come in. We also have our news director, Sarah Hammond. He's also in studio with us. We'll bring him through soon. But the thing is, they always say that, we want to do the Liberian people business. You understand, James? You want to do the Liberian people business. It's about time for the Liberian people business to be done. So we're not going to hijack the Liberian people business due to, self-gain or, selfishness, or in whichever way. We are just looking at the rule of law. If we must be a lawful country, the rule of law is the rule of law. That's all I'm saying. What if today it is ruled in favor of? It could even be ruled in favor against. But will both parties, the majority and minority bloc, agree to do the Liberian people job, as they have been saying that they will do the Liberian people job? Or in the end, we're still going to go divided. We have two chambers. That is a concern of the Liberian people. I'm not just speaking on behalf of me. I'm also speaking for the Liberian people, because these are questions that they do put forth. Nobody wants the country being hijacked before the Christmas holidays, or even in the country. The kind of signal is sent out there where it concerns Liberia. Okay, and so I'll leave it with you, Denise, in case you have something to add to it.
Yeah, so like Jim said, and you are saying, I think you were referring to the issue that the Supreme Court said there should be status quo, return to status quo ante, and I think that's where you were making your own analysis from. And the lawmaker is just emotional in terms of how he addressed the issue. And I think he's now trying to put you to check, but then he's referring to journalists who are there to ensure that whatsoever he's doing is provided coverage, and he's referring to them as John the list. That's been disrespectful to the journalists who are even, helping to propagate his message or his quest to remove the speaker. And the journalists, they have been doing well to refer to them as journalists. It's being journalist. It's being disrespectful, and I think he himself needs to obey check the way he speak to the journalists, which is not right. So if he will be telling people that they are saying the other way around, he should also be responsible on how he said things to journalists. So I think he need to stop that as well as a lawmaker and as someone who is referred to as honorable. So if you are honorable, you don't refer to journalists who are providing coverage for you and working for you, taking up their time and referring to them as journalists. So that was wrong on the part of Representative Kule. That was wrong.
Yeah, so we are here to provide coverages. We are on all media platforms when it comes to social media or even on the radio. We want to make sure our Oma with the small button phone be able to follow and understand what is happening in this country, Liberia, because this is everybody's business. At the end of the day, we are hoping that this matter is handled amicably. Because we don't want any issues when it comes to our country. We have been seen as peaceful Liberia in a sub-region right here at the ECOWAS. I have been seeing us as people of laws, so we just have to go by the rule of law. So today we look to the Supreme Court. That is why we are saying today is D-Day. It is D-Day, where the Supreme Court will come up with their ruling. And after the Supreme Court would have come up with their ruling, our representatives go back to your House of Representatives and put everything in order and let there be a resolution so that our country can move forward. It's not about, whatever it is that you people have been doing there all along. Why is it that if I start saying that, they will say, the spoon journalist is saying again. If we should sit and what have you been doing before that caused us to come to this problem today? And it came from somewhere. If we should go back. So we were just saying, and when we are here to provide coverage, and that's what we are doing. So let's see what the Supreme Court is going to say in favor of Liberia. This time it's not about majority or minority bloc. It's about Liberia to move this country forward. It's not about sentiment. It's not about our personal feelings. I know there are people in favor of the majority bloc, and there are people in favor of the minority bloc. This thing could be a party thing. It could be a self thing. It could be personal thing. We don't know. But all we know at the end of the day, it is about Liberia.
All right. Iron Lady. She's our Iron Lady. Just to inform you people, she's our Iron Lady. She's rough like an iron. Okay, so she's our Iron Lady. She put the majority block easily to the. So Cyrus Hammond. I don't know if we can talk to him.
Yeah, we gotta get him on. He's our news director. He has lots to say. So let's work on it again.
That man got plenty of things that he knows about. So folks, that is it. And again, for me, I don't want to have a problem with a politician or anyone calling journalists. As long we can call them corrupt politicians, we can say you are disrespecting the law. I think everyone should get that time to speak. Okay. So yes, that's how he knows why he's doing it. He believes that someone is becoming a journalist or a join the list or whatever. Yeah, you can go ahead. We should not a journalist should not be the one to describe people, and when they describe you, you get first. No, no, no. For me, you can decide anyhow to describe me or any journalist. It's your right to speak. As long as I can describe you, you can describe me. So let's see if we can join. Uh, that's my own personal opinion. I don't have problem with it. The description that comes from people. Yeah, I don't have Any problem with that? You like call them journalists over the list or whatever. Yeah. So Haji Masare. Haji. Okay. So go ahead, Dennis, while we try to get Haji Masare.
So yes, currently we're trying to also put Cyrus Chu to make his input on the program, and we are waiting to see what will be the outcome. Currently we've seen that both sides are, actually at the Supreme Court to ensure that their quest can be heard to in terms of how they want to proceed at the legislature. So it is important to hear from the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court is the final arbitrary of justice, and to interpret what we all will be struggling to, talk about. Yes.
Yes. So just to again inform our people, it's forbidden. Yeah, it's forbidden in Liberia and most part of the world where journalists are not allowed to bring live update, except there is an exception. Okay, except there is an exception where they will say this is a public hearing. But right now we are not even allowed to take pictures from the court. You do it, they will hold you in contempt and you will go to prison for a couple of days or weeks. Okay, it is forbidden in the justice system until it is open to the public. So we will not bring you live audio. We will not bring you live audio and pictures from the Supreme Court. But what we can do is to bring you updates. Our reporter or our colleague in the studio will keep texting us regarding things that are happening, but we cannot and we will not bring you audio from there where you will hear the lawyers speaking, the judges speaking. No, it is not possible. It is not possible under Liberian law and most part of the world, except where the court will say, okay, this is a public hearing. It's open to the public. Then we will take our gadgets in and you will get everything. But until then, we are not allowed. And if we do it, the reporter who will send it will go to prison. The court will hold you in contempt and you will go to prison for breaching their law. That place you see, the place you see on camera, when we are there, we have to be very careful. Even you, the ordinary people, if you just take a picture there and you post that picture on Facebook, and then they do investigation and find out that you were the one who posted the picture, not those who sharing the picture they will deal with. They will come for you and you will go to prison, and you don't want to mess with the Supreme Court. You can mess with any other court, but not the Supreme Court. We don't want to mess with them. Yeah, even in America, except if it is open. But some places they don't allow it until when it is a very serious case where they will say, okay, this is open to the public. So that is it. I think we saw that during the 2017 presidential elections when the case went to the Supreme Court. It came a time it was open to the public where we were allowed to broadcast live from the Supreme Court, and I was there. At the time, I was with TV International, and we did several broadcasts until the end of the case. Haji, you can go ahead.
James, you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Give us live update from the court.
Okay, James.
We are,
So,
yeah, go ahead.
so right now, what is happening in the chamber of the Supreme Court is just an argument between the two parties. When that happens, um, ruling will not be today, so the public should not expect, a ruling today. Maybe the Supreme Court will set a date, for ruling. But after the argument today, they will reserve, their ruling. Then probably on tomorrow or Monday, because Friday will be holiday. Then we may hear from the Supreme Court on their ruling of on this matter.
Okay. But in terms of security, how is it?
Come again?
I'm asking the security protocol.
Yeah, I think you can see in the pictures. You can see the number of police officers, the court, the court police. I mean officers as well. But everything here is calm. There is no much crowd. There is no much crowd like in other cases where you see parties coming, you see supporters, and stuff like that. But today the Supreme Court is calm.
Did we witness the arrival of both Speaker One and Speaker Two?
So up to yet, we have not seen Honorable Funati Kofa, also Honorable Richard Nangbe Kun, the two speakers. As them, they have not arrived here. We have not seen them. We have no information that they are here. Only some of the lawmakers that are already here and they are in the chamber of the Supreme Court.
Okay. All right. We will keep your audio on. And anytime you have an update, just join us. Just unmute and join us and give us the update. Or you want to conduct an interview with someone, you can go ahead. Whatever analysis you
Okay,
want to
so
join us.
Jim, I'm here with Chokon Flammer and Jurassic Joe. So the three of us are on the grounds of the Supreme Court. We have um, another reporter in the chamber who's giving us updates. Sylvester Cholople is there. He's feeding us with some information. You can see it's around to some intelligence.
Okay,
So
Yekezi is
Chokon
our
will do
intelligence
some of
officer.
the commentary.
Okay, Chokon, welcome.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, James. We
go
try
ahead.
to rotate our camera a little bit so you can take a 360 view of this Supreme Court of Liberia this morning. You see the media practitioners, supporters who have come, very little in their numbers, who have come also at the grounds of the Supreme Court of Liberia.
Okay. All right, Chokon. We will
So we
keep.
are here, as you may be aware, that both parties are making their case currently the full bench of the Supreme Court of Liberia. So they are making their case currently, giving their side about this is what
Our better standing in front of the microphone.
Yeah, you
Grand Bassa County is represented, but we cannot get Grand Bassa County.
that is
just
the legal argument. Both legal teams, after
Grand Bassa
arguing,
representative.
the court will reserve ruling on today and rule in later, maybe 24 hours from now or more than that.
Honorable Grand Bassa County, we were not getting you.
James, he is saying that they don't see any groups, from majority bloc or the minority bloc, supporters. They are not seeing them. But, people are saying that, we just waiting in the corner waiting for the Supreme Court ruling, in favor or
Yeah,
against, then we will see us. We don't like those kind of comments as Liberians and for the peace of our country.
yeah, like I told you, right, Lauren, I reported from that ground. Let me mute our brothers a little bit. I reported from that ground. The courtyard is not like the legislature where you will go there. That place, the legislature is a political ground. Meaning you and I, we are allowed to go there and cause noise, run here and there, do this, do that. But you can't do it there. So the supporters themselves know. Did you observe something today? Even when the lawmakers arrived in the compound, the way they were speaking were different from the way they spoke when they were on Capitol Hill. Everyone spoke in a very soft tone. if you ever observe them today at the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court is not a place where you can go and bring your hulu bala in Liberia when someone tell you the hulu bala noise to bring a lot of noise and disturb the community. No, that place is a place where you have to be very attentive and make sure you walk according to the law. You cannot go against anything there. If you do, at the end of the day, you will be prosecuted for it, or you will go to prison for some time. Like the late Henry Flomo. Henry Flomo went to prison. The Supreme Court sent him to prison before for I think he did something. It was an information he gave out. I might not call it the right way, and they sent him to prison for it was 2 days or 3 days. I,
Wow.
I think he spent several days in prison at South Beach.
Yeah.
So you don't want to mess with the Supreme Court, and I don't want to mess with them. Nah,
Not a place of law.
you
And the
can't
law.
mess with them.
Yep. So it's a
So
cool
can
thing that we see them
we,
arriving. You understand? It means it is serious. The Liberian people business must go on. You wanted to connect with Haji?
no, not Haji. I'm talking about Cyrus Hammer, but I think we can get his microphone right. Even if we can't get
Yes,
a
we
video.
have his microphone. So Cyrus, please
Yeah.
come through and talk to us. We are getting him on the microphone, James. Cyrus, come through. How are you?
Yeah, it's just that we have some technical issues here.
Yeah.
But however, I think the guys are doing extremely well.
All right.
So like listening to Haji Massa, he said the Supreme Court will listen to the arguments to them from the both side, the COFAS side and the quote unquote majority bloc side. And so after listening to the argument, then they will decide what will be the official date for the ruling, listening to Haji. But whatever the case might be, like you said, it will either be in favor of the majority bloc or against the majority bloc. And so the both sides should obviously expect any ruling. But one thing that all of us should abide by is the rule of law. If the court says Kofa is the red speaker, I think they will have to go back to Capitol Hill to ensure that they follow the procedure that will be, said by the court. Maybe the court could say, oh, maybe there were some procedural errors, and then they will have to go back and follow the procedural error. Or maybe the court will say, Kofa, you are no longer speaker. Your colleagues have voted to remove you. So it is obvious, but whatever the case is, like Dennis said, everyone in Liberia, even the foreign nations here, are all saying they want for us to follow the rule of law. But that way, our democracy will be maintained. Okay, but if already people are saying that, people are chanting, slogans, saying some things that have the tendency to create chaos. That's why the diplomatic missions in Liberia have been concerned, saying, oh, let us follow the rule of law. What's the constitution says, or what's the rules of the host says? These are things that we should follow. If the rule says XYZ is a procedure, let us all follow the procedure. And that's what the court is going to be saying today. The court is not going to say John Brown is right, John Brown is wrong. I think basically the court is going to be saying this is a procedure. You people have to go back and follow the procedure, or this was the procedure and the procedure was obviously right.
All
I
right.
think
So you
I,
heard.
I think I reasoned with you, and I said that also yesterday that this is not really a place where the Supreme Court will say, Mr. Brown, you are right, Mr. Paul, you are wrong. It's just to interpret the Constitution to say if the legal process was followed. And remember again, it is a political decision. So the court will not say you wrong, you right, we will prosecute you. At the end of the day, hey guys, go back on Capitol Hill. Please go back and go through what your law states, because the Constitution also said every house shall set its rule. Okay, so the House of Representatives has its rule, and the Senate also has. So if they ever breach any of these steps, the court will tell them just go back and and begin from where you stop. Make sure you correct the few mistakes you made. And again, if the writing was done, the court will say, as per the law, we believe that the right procedures were followed. So that's all we can do. It left with the house to take its decision on what to do. Yeah, Lauren.
Okay, you heard James.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's the same thing we are saying. But basically,
Yeah.
the COFAS block are saying that for the serving of the constitutions, I mean, it's been violated in somehow. And remember now, Article 47 of the Liberian constitutions mandates the House of Representatives shall elect once every 6 years a speaker who shall serve as the presiding officer of the body, a deputy speaker, and other officials. So
So please read the update. I beg you, just break in and give the update from the Supreme Court. Get it from the chat. I think it's in the chat room.
Yeah. Okay. So
Just go ahead, Cyrus, and give us the update from
yeah.
the Supreme Court.
So yeah, from the Supreme Court, I'm saying argument is ongoing. COFA lawyers have petitioned the Supreme Court to place stay order on the majority bloc legitimate leadership saga. So yes, basically COFA's bloc is saying that the majority bloc proceeding wrongly because COFA is still the legitimate speaker to be having sections on a different presiding officer. I mean, it's a contradiction to the rules or the constitutions of Liberia and their own rules. So that's the main issues they are having with the majority bloc. So the argument is still ongoing. We hope that everyone remains peaceful, and we hope that at the end of the day, everybody will abide by what the court will say. So basically, that's it. And I read in the paper from one of the major papers saying that Councillor Tiawan Gogro is saying that the majority bloc somehow wrong and hinting that COFAS will going to come out victorious from the Supreme Court. But whether it be as true or not, we have to wait to see what the full bench will have to say today.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Lauren. That's the update. I hope our followers are getting it. Go ahead.
yeah, James, something that we are not talking about. There were people talking about Liberians across Montserrat, where we live. In my own district, they have been talking about the meeting of former President George Weah with CDC lawmakers. You understand? I think you saw yesterday there were slight changes, and people are even saying that the Fonantis block is, gaining numbers. And so if Speaker, I'm sorry, if former President George Manuel Weah came in the country and had a meeting with some of his lawmakers that led to some of the changes we are seeing. Like yesterday, there was the absence of Deputy Speaker Thomas Fala. People were asking where he was, and people are saying that it is due to his meeting with former President George Weah, who also met with the American ambassador. All right, and that has led to some of what is happening. So Liberians are also raising their brows on.
So let me correct. Let me give clarity on that. Yesterday we spoke with Deputy Speaker Thomas P. Fala. When I talk about we, the Spoon Talk team, spoke with Thomas P. Fala. Deputy Speaker Thomas P. Fala did not meet with President George Manuel Weah. He did not attend session yesterday because he has some personal, what he told us, because he has some personal issues to pay attention to. Those who the president met with are just members from Fonati's camp. Nobody from the majority bloc met with him. So Thomas, the deputy speaker, did not even call the president yesterday, the former president yesterday before he met with him. Yeah.
But Liberians are still wondering if some of the CDC lawmakers are going to, side now with embattled Speaker J. Fonanti Kofa. As much as we await the rule of law, we await the Supreme Court's own ruling, people are still saying that hopefully, when it comes to party politics, some of what should happen should happen. Remember, Denise, Cyrus, James, if I'm wrong, please correct me. The whole thing about politics also is about party too. You understand? It's not just individual, because you need your party as well. So as we see what is unfolding, you see party politics also being played as well. As much as they are saying, individual politics is also within it, people personal gains and all of that. But at the end of the day, if we must have the rule of law, we're looking at it on both sides. We are not the ones that will decide what is going to happen. Hello, we have having
Yeah,
feedback.
I think it's from them. They will come back. It's from the Supreme Court. So, Dennis, I think we have another update. If you can go ahead.
Okay. The update says Fonanti Kofa lawyers are arguing that the majority bloc is operating illegally and therefore demanding a stay order that will stop its operations. Councillor Arthur Johnson is arguing and appealing to the Supreme Court to declare the action of the majority bloc as unconstitutional. Justices of the full bench of the Supreme Court are listening. So that's the update. Yeah.
And Lorena, like you were saying, party politics will play just minimal role, because you come to think about it, from the genesis, we saw Thomas' father, who is also a member of the CDC, on the side of Kofa. But after a couple of days, he somersaulted and then he went back onto the majority bloc. And so most of the politicians on Capitol Hill, they are not solely and wholly abiding by their party's mandate or policies, right? So most of them, politics, like we say in Liberia, is of interest. So they look at what's the interest of themselves, what's the interest of their district, what's the interest of Liberia. So basically, these are the three basic interests I think that these guys are always looking out for. Right. So, but most of them contest on these party tickets just to win election, but they are not fully loyal to their own party. So, party politics will play just minimal role in this kind of national politics we are seeing on Capitol Hill.
Yes, indeed. Party politics will play, and also for me, I also think that there are also several factors as well that being played as well within this entire situation. So we see this scenario of where we have President George Weah that was that was not elected, right? He was for the second term. So with him coming to being in terms of, let me get it all straight. So President George Weah lost the election, his second term bid, and the issue about the CDC, who becomes the standard bearer or the leader in 2029. We also see the issue about, the Unity Party, whether the president now will contest for the second term in 2029, and whether there will be someone who will succeed him. So apart from the party politics being played here, I see the issue about grouping alignments for 2029 also being played in the entire speaker removal, or who to be favored and who not to be favored. So there are several factors on people trying to perhaps, set the premise for 2029 earlier than expected. So with this, if politicians are begin to see 2029 in 2000 and in 2024, it becomes a problem. It becomes a situation where the work of the Liberian people has to go on. You see them thinking about how they will gain that space, how they will collaborate from cross section or cross branches of government, how they will align to ensure that to come 2029, there could be grouping, alignments, and all of that. So it is important that what they are doing, like I always say, they put the country first. The development of the country is what matters, and knowing that people will be thinking about 2029 while we are in 2024 is unfortunate for the development of the country. So the lawmakers of Capitol Hill should ensure that they can do the right thing, and they can do the right thing to ensure that the Liberian people work goes on. They still have a lot of time. To talk about the issue about 2029 elections. So it is important that they go on with the work of the Liberian people instead of power struggle at this earlier stage.
Yeah. So you heard James.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm hearing. I'm trying to like again talk to our reporter in the courtroom to give us more updates. So those of you just joining us via your radio or your smartphone, uh, Representative, I'm sorry. I almost to repeat what the majority bloc said. Embattled Speaker Kofa's lawyers have put forth two major arguments that the Supreme Court declare the majority bloc's action unconstitutional and to also place stay order on the leadership of the majority bloc. So there where we are. And again, we are sorry that we cannot bring you live coverage from the Supreme Court because it is against the laws of Liberia. So we will keep bringing you updates as this broadcast progresses. So keep following us if you want to know everything that is happening. And after the argument, our team will also interview each of the legal representatives there today, including some lawmakers. But senators are also there to watch the event. Some senators, I'm told, they are in a courtroom, and Speaker Richard Nagbeku, Majority Blocks Speaker, and Minority Blocks Speaker Fonati Kofa, they both did not appear today. They are not anywhere around the court yard. So that is just some of the, let me bring in our news director. Yeah, you can go ahead. Yes.
All right. So we'll settle that, but he is here.
Yeah, he can come on. I'll settle it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cyrus, you're alive.
Yeah. So thank you, James. And so, like you see him in the background, the guys are still at the court, and they are still bringing you live update from the Supreme Court. So this is where now you will see legal arguments unfolding because the COFA team will try as much as possible to prove their point and to convince the judges to say that, look, you have to grant us this petition because these guys are acting unlawfully. And the majority bloc legal team will also be putting forth their argument, defending their clients to say, we did what is right. We follow the procedures. We follow the procedures because we are at a crucial point. Mind you, the budget, the 2025 fiscal year budget has just been submitted to the majority bloc. And the Liberian Senate cannot move forward without the House of Representatives. So you need the House of Representatives functioning properly to ensure that this budget is passed. If at all, this thing is not settled, and then will continue up to 2025, it will affect the developmental plans of this government. So there are a lot of things at stake, James. That's why people are saying that if we are not very, very careful, this could lead us to some kind of constitutional, or some kind of crisis within Liberia, because the budget is very, very important. There are a lot of issues on Capitol Hill that these lawmakers will have to deliberate and act upon. But if the lower house is always in this saga of leadership, always arguing for leadership, then it will affect the entire legislature because they would need the both houses to function properly. Okay, so that's the reason why the Supreme Court will have to act and act speedily after these arguments at the court, because the state of the nation is also just January next year. Next year is not far from here. So there's no need to keep dragging this thing. The court has to rule whether in favor of COFA or against COFA. The court has to rule, and the lawmakers will have no options but to follow the rulings from the Supreme Court, because you cannot keep holding the nation back just for leadership issue. Okay, and it will be a sticky issue, but I think people will have to abide by what the court will say, obviously.
Yeah, Dennis.
All right. So if it's okay for us to take callers now, we just want to hear from the Liberian people that are listening to us via the radio. You already know that we are live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Support TV, also via YouTube. We are also live on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1. We are on different radio stations. James, there are so many radio stations that do relay us from different counties. They
Yeah,
are
but
just
at least you can give them credit.
yeah, I am awaiting them to, tell us that the ones that are relaying us, we have them there. Once you send in your communication and say we are relaying you from this county or this district, we are definitely going to
Wait,
add
wait,
it.
wait, let me ask about county. Some radio
Lofa
stations from
County.
Lofa County.
Yeah.
we
So
have we have some from Lofa.
Smart FM in Zweju, Grand Julia County, 98.6 is relaying the program as well. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Do
So we
we
want to
have do we,
smile.
you don't want to talk about my county?
Who
But call the
relaying for
radio
your
station.
county?
I'm
Who relaying?
asking if we have any station from my county relaying. I know people from Lofa are listening. Like sometimes I see comment from Zozo. I see comment from Peaceable, my hometown. Yeah, everybody got to praise their
Others
home.
are just listening to 107.5. 107.5 is all. You know.
I think the guys want to give us update. Chokon, do you have an update?
Chindo, I just want to ask whether you are in a county contest because you are since the other people talk about the favorite county, you supposed to talk about Lofa.
Brother, Lofa is the best country in Liberia. I don't care how you think or whatever you want to say. Lofa is the best.
Okay, so
Period.
so 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 we just let a few updates to flow, James.
Mhm.
Yeah, so right now the argument still continuing on the stand. Just minutes ago was Arthur Johnson representing the legal interest of Fonati Kofa. He is arguing that the sitting of the majority bloc in the joint chamber should be declared illegal. That's his first point of argument. The sitting of the majority bloc should be declared illegal. Then we just to provide this information that we have about three separate different lawsuits or what you call it. The first one has to do with Speaker Fonati Kofa, another has to do with Dixon Sibo and Eli Atore, who are alleging that they were illegally removed from their various committees, the Ways and Means Committee. Dixon Sibo, headed the Ways and Means Committee, co-chaired by Eddie Ator, with other committees members who were removed from their committee. And also we have those that were that were suspended from the House of Representatives, Marvin Cole for almost 3 months, Edward Papefo, and Abu Bana Kamara. That lawsuit is also here at the Supreme Court.
Okay. So we have another major update. We will join you. We have another major update coming in. At this time, our reporter Chodople is our colleague. I know one of the Iron Ladies was about to deal with me. Our colleague Chodople is telling us that the argument has reached to a point where two hot irons are now knocking. That is Councillor Jusu Kabar and Councillor Arthur Johnson are arguing bitterly now where Councillor Kaba is asking Councillor Arthur Johnson what makes the majority bloc sitting unconstitutional. And I'm told Councillor Arthur Johnson is like jogging from Monrovia to Lofa County, coming back and fighting to answer that question. So that is the latest update coming in. It has reached to a very heated point where Councillor Arthur Johnson has been asked. He has been asked what makes the majority bloc sitting unconstitutional. So we are waiting to get his explanation why he thinks that the majority bloc sitting is unconstitutional. But our colleague is telling us that he's fighting to answer this question. He's fighting to answer it. So as soon as we get more update on it, we will give you it. But currently, that is the argument. You said the majority bloc sitting is unconstitutional. Why? Answer the why. Go ahead.
And now he's traveling around different counties. That's
No,
what we are.
he's jogging from Lofa to Margibi, here and there, fighting to answer. But we know he will get a better answer.
All right, but we don't know what's happening. We didn't hear if Councillor Cabinet Janet was.
Yeah, he's there. He's there. He's also
Okay.
he's there. But currently, the lead lawyer, all of the lawyers will get their lead
Yeah,
presenter.
exactly.
Yeah, so the lead lawyer for Speaker Kofa is Councillor Arthur Johnson. So that is
Yeah.
why they are asking the mercy of Councillor, I'm sorry, Embattled Speaker Kofa team, who said the majority bloc sitting is unconstitutional. They are asking, what makes it unconstitutional? Can you please tell us? So now he's finding way to answer that question.
I tell you, and according to the laws of Liberia, and that is what we
Yeah.
are talking about. That is what we are looking at. So can we allow our Liberian people to call through while we await more updates from the court, so that they share
Yes,
their own, especially those
yes,
listening.
we can get a few calls as soon as we get update and interrupt them.
No, we'll cut the call off. Okay, no problem. So 077771075 or 05551011075. We are not going to tell you what we can't tell you, what we don't know. All right, that's why we are on both TV and radio. You might want to make your own contributions. Call us and tell us you have been following the show. What do you think? Liberia is at stake and the rule of law must prevail. Good afternoon. Yes, your name and where you calling us from? Quickly to the point.
I'm Richard calling from Monrovia Road.
What point you want to make, sir?
The point I want to make is the minority are begging hard for the Liberian because the who that them begging hard if they will be permitted to get the power, it will take them for us to not call them in our constituency.
Thank you, sir. 077771075 05551011075. Call and be live right here on the show. Again, 07777.
Okay, let me interrupt you again. This update coming in from the Supreme Court states, Councillor Arthur Johnson said after they asked him why you think the majority bloc sitting is unconstitutional, because at first he said the Supreme Court should declare it unconstitutional, and then Councillor Judicial Kaba asked him why you think it is unconstitutional before the Supreme Court argued so the Supreme Court can declare it unconstitutional. This is the answer according to the update coming in. Councillor Arthur Johnson said if the Supreme Court of Liberia cannot declare the sitting and action of the majority bloc, there will be continuous chaos.
Wow.
We are not telling you what will happen. They said, tell us why you think. Just explain the law that says it is unconstitutional. But the man said, if the Supreme Court cannot declare it unconstitutional, there will be continuous chaos in the country. Do we have chaos in the country now? That's a question for the public. I don't know. I'm not in Liberia, so I cannot tell you if we have chaos in Liberia right now. So Councillor Judicial Kaba and Councillor Arthur Johnson, they are still arguing. So Arthur said there will be continuous chaos in the country if the Supreme Court fails to declare the majority bloc sitting and action unconstitutional. Liberians, don't tell us if we have chaos in the country. I don't know.
I think, James, basically, I mean, this is a legal argument. And
Yeah.
so I think these words are used, strong words are used to try to convince the judges and to sway it on your side, to agree with you. Like, but basically, I don't think if the court comes out with its final ruling, there will be chaos. Because, mind you, this is a country of law and you have state apparatus to protect the state, right? So these are just legal argument. You have to put forth your argument in a very strong way and to convince the judges. But if you go there very weak, and if you go there limited in words to send a strong argument, you will be defeated. Mind you, this is not really about evidence now. It's basically about legal argument and trying to convince the judges, looking at the law to see how best they can agree with you. So I think that's what Arthur Johnson is saying. Mind you, Arthur Johnson is a very tough lawyer, and you know the way in which he speaks on issues. And so you don't expect Arthur Johnson to go to that place and be very, very and soft in talking.
So thank you. Thank you
Yes, I
very
think
much.
just to back what Cyrus just said, we know that in court there's argument, and what is important is after the argument, the final decision. So those sides will argue why is it prudent enough for them to be favored. So I think that's what is ongoing now. But at the end of
Yes.
the day, the decision that follow is what matters. Yeah.
Yes. So again, uh, after consider these are updates, a live update coming in from
Yeah,
the court.
yeah.
After Councillor Arthur Johnson said if the Supreme Court fails to declare the majority bloc sitting in action unconstitutional, there will be continuous chaos in the country. Councillor Jusu asked Arthur Johnson uh, whether there will be a quorum, and he said yes. Later, he said no. So that yes and no.
Or is
These
it
are
yes or
updates coming. He said yes at first, according to the update coming in. They asked him if the Supreme Court says yes, we will declare the majority bloc unconstitutional. Will there be a quorum? At first, according to the update coming in, he said yes, and later he said no. Argument is still ongoing. Councillor
from what I
Jusu Kaba is, I'm coming. Councillor
yes.
Jusu Kaba is still asking what makes majority bloc unconstitutional. So the lawyer said first, yes, there will be quorum. And later on in the argument, he said, no, 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 there will be no quorum. And then they are still asking him to say why you think it will be unconstitutional or why they are unconstitutional. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's the same thing. I just wanted to.
Yeah,
He has one question. He has one
yeah,
question. Why is the majority bloc city unconstitutional? He just need the answer to support the argument from
yeah,
Councillor Johnson. From what I
yeah.
see, yeah, Liberians are trying to put their cause through.
No, I'm coming. Let me conclude this.
Okay.
People are currently confused why Arthur Johnson currently is Speaker Kofa's legal team on his stand. Okay, so that is why Arthur Johnson name is still coming up, and
Yeah.
Arthur Johnson is the lead lawyer for Speaker Kofa's legal team. So after he made his argument, they opened the floor for the other lawyers from the majority bloc to ask him based on his argument. So that is why you see he and Councillor Jusu Kaba they are going they are going at it. They are asking him because the major point here is declare the people unconstitutional. So they are asking him why they should be declared unconstitutional. And they went further to say if the Supreme Court says yes, they are unconstitutional, will there be a quorum? At first, he said, oh, yes, there will be a quorum. And later in the argument, according to the update from the court, later on, he said, no, there will be no quorum. It is a live update coming in from the court. Go ahead.
Yes, James. And so these are arguments, but I think
Yeah.
the main thing is what would be the ruling from the Supreme Court? Let's say if the court says Kofan is the legitimate speaker, the guys on the majority bloc side, we have to abide, and in abiding it means Kofan will definitely have quorum. But if the court says the majority bloc is right with their proceedings, then Kofa will no longer be speaker. And whatever it is, it means that I'm not a lawyer, but just from common sense, from common law, it tells me that the majority bloc will also have quorum. And so the main issue here is what will be the ruling from the court? Okay, that's just the main issues. All of these arguments by these legal lawyers, they are trying to convince the judges. They are trying to see how best the judges, the full bench, can go on their side. And if you have the blessing of the full bench, you are victorious. You are the happiest man of the match. Okay, so basically that's what's going on. But whatever it is, if Kofa, let's say if the court says Kofa is the legal speaker, Kofa will definitely have quorum no matter what. But if the court says the majority bloc, proceedings are very, very right in terms of the Constitution and their own rulings, the majority bloc will be recognized, and that speaker will be recognized, and every other institutions, ministries, and agencies in this country will be compelled to work with the majority bloc speakers.
James, Dennis, do you want to come? James, we are not lawyers, as everybody is saying. We know we are not lawyers. So we want to open the lines for the Liberian people. But as much as we are doing that, we also wait for updates coming in from the court. And once we have updates, we are definitely going to tell you people what is going on, the arguments between both lawyers, both legal teams. And you want to know. And that's why we are here to provide those updates. So we welcome all of you. We are also on Smile FM, as we were told, from Grand Judicial. You can be a part of the program by calling us. We have the lines busting, James. I don't know if we can take few callers. And let's hear from the
we can take few calls. As soon as we get up there, we interrupt them.
Okay. And also we've been told that Radio G 90.2 in Fishtown is also relaying our program.
All right. So good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You're live on the show, sir. Speak now.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, what is your name and what's your point?
Yeah, thank you very much. This is hard to
Yes, how are you?
I'm calling from Tony Street.
Mm-hmm.
And I think comment is everyone can okay. You are saying you are lying. Let me say this.
I'm sorry, we can't continue.
Have the lawyer radio.
Is really bad. Please check your location and call back.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Spoon family, and good afternoon to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good afternoon to all radio listeners this great morning.
Welcome.
By the way, introduction, I'm Alfonso A.F. Camara. I joined this conversation from a peaceful resident to be precise transformer community within district number 10. I would like to say, Councillor Arthur Johnson, who's standing here, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a student of public administration and everything economics. But I think that question is very elementary. I'm sorry for the expression, for you to be stuttery as a lawyer that they just tell you, speaker, for not to cover, just tell you the simple question is struggling to answer the question, going for A to B to B to C, is to be irrelevant. They don't wasting Liberian people's time. Every setting majority can rule. They see the majority voted you over 1 minute, and they have gone back in a team to see the last error they made. They go back and repost the mistakes. They come back for a new committee to change the entire committee that they incompetency. You know, they try to start a bill and then the job go on. We voted them to represent us, to make a law and oversight. They represent, but they are not doing that detail. Majority Black will win a case. 100% they will win a case. It's just to waste the time and to be very biased. To be biased. So
Thank you,
very, very much detailed and frustrating for any.
Thank you very much. 0777 771075. 0555 101075. If you're watching Spoon TV Live, we have the numbers on the screen so you can also be a part of the program. We want to hear from you, the Liberian people. What do you say? What do you think? Make your views.
Hello?
Hello. Tell us your name quickly, sir. Hello? Let us know where you are calling us from. 077771075. Hello, welcome to the show. Live coverages from the Supreme Court. We are here in Spoon Studios. We are on various platforms, television, and of course, radio networks. We want to make sure you get all the information that you need to get coming from the Supreme Court, as both majority and minority blocks. Legal teams are on the floor and the argument continues. Hello?
Hello?
What is your name? Where are you calling us from, sir?
I'm Christopher Momo calling from the Border Farm community.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, man, thank you very much. You know what is unfolding at the Capitol now, even at the Supreme Court. Now, let me say this to you, to the public. You know, in Liberia, we like a policy. You know, if policies are made and they adopted, become system. So this policy that was made and we are not following, that make Liberia going backward. And I believe I come from that particular Supreme Court. They will refer the entire team, both whether majority or minority, back to the policy so that the first thing to be done. So it will be advised to our brothers and sisters who are at the Capitol, who are representing us, to also follow the actual thing to be done. That's my own view.
All right, thank you so much. 077771075, 055510175, again 077771075. In case you are watching us via TV, Spoon TV Live, you can also call us. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Your name, sir. Quickly to the point.
You got me?
You are live on the show.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, sir, my name is Alison Shema. I'm calling from Soul Clinic. Yeah, let me appreciate you and all of you in studio.
Thank you.
What I gotta say is, afternoon, the lawyer that is representing co-fight, they are nice, their argument is not strong. Because somebody asks you a question and you don't give any reason. You're not giving an answer to that question by the lawyer representing the majority bloc. So because of that, this case is already over. There's no way that political can replace a post.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. 05551011075 is also another number you can be a part of. Hello, please lower your monitor, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm here for Wolo calling for District 12.
Yeah, go ahead, ma.
Yeah, appreciate you guys that in studio there. You people are doing what the information for the day. But we are appealing to the Supreme Court at this movement. They should go on and have the ruling today. They should not put the case today. We're appealing. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Let's interrupt there a bit. We are starting our callers. Okay. Another update coming in. Again, you will keep hearing us calling Councillor Arthur Johnson's name because he's the one currently on stage. The law people will say he's on stand, or they have the law terminology. I'm not a legal reporter or whatever. Okay, so he's the one currently speaking. He's the one currently speaking. So he was asked. Remember, at first we told you that he told the Supreme Court to declare the majority bloc sitting in action unconstitutional. He also said they should place a stay order on the leadership of the of the majority bloc. And we came down, we told you that Councillor Judicial asked him why the Supreme Court should declare the majority bloc unconstitutional. And they asked him again why, that is if the Supreme Court declares it, that is the majority bloc unconstitutional, will you have quorum? He said yes. He said no. And now the Chief Justice herself, the Iron Lady of the Republic of Liberia herself, has come out to ask Councillor Arthur Johnson. And she asked Councillor Arthur Johnson, where did the majority bloc make a mistake? She asked Arthur Johnson, you said they made a mistake. Can you please tell us where they made a mistake? Okay? And Majority Black made a mistake in its leadership or decision, receiving of budget, suspension of the members. So remember, they suspended several members of the House of Representatives. The Majority Bloc did that. So now the Chief Justice is asking Arthur Johnson, Councilor Arthur Johnson, where they made a mistake by receiving the budget, by suspending members of the House of Representatives. Explain to us, we the last people that can give the verdict here that will set everything free. Convince us, tell us where they made a mistake. So Arthur Johnson is now explaining to the Chief Justice, that is the woman herself, that me Loma too. That the woman herself, Nana, that herself asked that question. She said, tell us where the mistake came from. And I want her to hear me. So Arthur Johnson now is explaining. We will give you update after his explanation.
Yes, James. So it's obvious. So this question does not mean that Arthur Johnson has failed to properly defend his client. Okay, so basically, what it means is that I think you want to be very clear of what the petitioners are saying. Okay, because if you are saying these people are acting unlawfully, you have to be very, very clear. You have to be convincing enough to tell us they are acting unlawfully. So all of these questions are meant to see how well these guys, the Majority Bloc, are acting unlawfully. So if you can convince the judges, you can answer the questions. I mean, it put in a better position.
Yeah, again, these questions are not determination to say this person has won, this person is wrong. No, it is Arthur Johnson's turn. After Arthur Johnson, Councilor Arthur Johnson, the Majority Bloc lawyers will also take the stand. And when they do their presentation, Councilor Arthur Johnson and his colleagues will also question them. And the Supreme Court, that is the justices in chamber, will also ask them questions. Those who are currently in the court, remember the full bench is there. They will also ask them questions. So it's just like that Arthur Johnson in the Turner. So all the questions that are coming in, they are directed to Arthur. You say the men received the Constitution, that is the budget. It was a mistake. They suspended people illegally. We should declare them unconstitutional. Please tell us where the mistake came from, brother. As soon as you tell us where the mistake came from, with backings from the law, I'm sure there will be a better decision. So they're where they are now.
Yeah, so that's cross-examination currently taking place, especially with the past team.
All right, so my people.
So again, I see people asking whether there have been ruling. No, those who are listening, there have been no ruling. Nobody is right. Nobody is wrong. The Supreme Court has not even asked, or they have not even cross-examined the Majority Bloc. It's just COFA's team that they are still cross-examining. So I'm sorry, no ruling. Don't listen to fake news. No ruling from the court here. No one is right or wrong right now. They are still explaining why their colleagues should be right or wrong.
Yeah, and after that, I think the Majority Bloc lead lawyer will take the stance and to defend their actions as well. And so I think it will take a longer period of today, but you can just be patient. We'll provide you all of the updates. Yeah, from Spoon House.
You know, there are Liberians that are hoping that their case will be resolved today. They don't want it to be postponed. You understand what
it's impossible.
So tomorrow or next week, we already have a holiday, a national holiday coming up on Friday, James, November 29th. I think
it's on Monday. Maybe Monday or anytime next week.
November 29th.
It's on Friday.
It's Friday.
No, I'm talking about the ruling. What you are going to do?
But some Liberians are saying they want the ruling to be today. People tired. We're not patient again. That's what they're saying.
It is not possible.
Yeah, so you people have to be patient. We're going by the rule of law. We are waiting to hear what's going to come out of it. And so that is why we are here. As my colleagues keep saying, we are here to provide you all of the updates that you need to know what is happening. Yes, I know you can't wait. You are anxious. You want to understand what the ruling will be for today. But if it is going to be postponed to next week, then so shall it be. We are also going to be up the Capitol Hill again tomorrow to see what is going to be happening. But at the same time, today we are at the Supreme Court and Liberians are still calling in. The numbers are busting. So until we get our word from our reporters out there, we should take some calls and hear their own opinions. How are you?
Yeah, thank you, my sister.
You just be on the line. What is your name?
I'm Yakwa
Make your contribution, sir.
Thank you. I hear other people saying that unlawful. For me, thinking that the majority is unlawful, but what the problem here is that procedural error. That's what happened. And the way they presented it as yet to the public. Because you can't say you got point against somebody, you want to move them. You not present that one, but the only thing we hear in the public space is that our money flying between them, 15,000, all these things. And you can't use the people vote only for you to enrich yourself. You think we get under the ring to get vote for them only because you go mail that trumpet player, what is trumpet you 25 days. Then you get problem with them, man. They know judges speaker. That long thing, the king or jump or seven. You let the man speak, or you know, just take 3, you know, just take 1 year. Then you can't, because people get money to get give it to you. Someone who's supposed to party for wrong, who's never for nothing so far. My sister.
Okay.
Thank you. Happening in the country all the time.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
so let's do some update again. Let's get some update again. In the argument, Councillor Johnson said, and I quote, "If the court cannot take the right decision, there will be continuous chaos." This is becoming like a national anthem from the defense team of the embattled speaker. Again, remember the Chief Justice herself asked Arthur where the mistakes came from, where the mistakes that the people made. So one of the important answers that the lawyer said, he said, if the court cannot take the right decision, there will be continuous chaos. So it means that we have chaos already. Councillor Arthur Johnson again continued by saying, don't try to patronize the court, Justice. This is hard. Don't try to patronize the court. Yeah, just imagine you watching that reaction. Don't try. You are not even man enough to point at the justice I did. But you're going to say it in a very expressive way. Don't try to patronize the court. Consider you, Justice, you rather. So I don't
That's
know.
just it. That's just it. You telling Councillor Johnson because he said there will be continuous chaos. So she's saying don't try to patronize the court.
Yeah. Councillor, yeah, she said, Justice, you said, don't try to patronize the court. I'm sorry. Yeah, you got it right. So the Justice in chamber said, I'm sorry, the Chief Justice said, don't try to patronize the court. So, can somebody please explain this to me? After he said, if the court cannot take the right decision, there will be continuous chaos, and then the Justice came out to say, don't try to patronize us here. I beg you, don't bring it here. We not want that other one. Don't patronize us.
Yeah.
Somebody please explain.
Yes, I think like trying to say if they don't know what they are doing, in terms of you saying it, then they will be so afraid and say yes, they should be the right thing. So don't patronize the court. We know how these things are done. We know our proceeding. We know how to rule on these things. So not just a statement from you will make us to panic. Yeah,
it's another way of saying don't warn us. We know the law. We know the rules.
Don't make us to feel sorry for you.
Yes.
This continued comment of chaos is not right, for our peace in Liberia. At the end of the day, they say when 2 elephants fight, that the grass can suffer. The poor people, they market money and business men, they lay money in the corners doing their work. They are really listening and paying attention and waiting and hoping at the same time to see that something positive happen. At times, you won't believe that some people say, even if the rule of law might cause problem, we're hoping that the representatives, our honorable representatives, can go back to the house, start from scratch, go back and revisit some of the problems and situations that cause where they are today. You understand? Revisit and see if they can come up with a peaceful solution so that the Liberian people job can go on.
Yeah, and again, see how the Chief Justice called his name. You know, calling someone to order. Lorena, don't try to patronize us here in studio.
Yeah, and you
That's
know
how it
when
was like.
we know what we are doing,
Yeah,
you don't feel any threat. So we are hoping. They say the argument is going on. Yes, right now
yeah,
it is
yeah,
the minority team that is
The
being placed.
majority.
The
yeah.
minority is being right now.
The majority block is now on. Councillor
Yeah.
Sherman,
Okay, so
Councillor
now that
Sherman, yeah,
oh,
Councillor Sherman said majority block actions are not unconstitutional,
okay,
and now he is giving the reasons. So we are
all right.
awaiting some of the reasons to come in. So they
So
are done with Kofa.
he's not going
Kofa.
around Lofa and Bonkante and Nima. He's just going straight to the point. Councillor
We
Sherman.
wanna now. We waiting how he will give some of the reasons. When we get it, we will know whether he's traveling to Lofa or here and there. But he said, no. We did not do our job, or my client did not behave unconstitutional, and I will
Yes.
give you the
I mean,
reasons
he's
why
aware
they
of
were not
the
unconstitutional.
situation.
He's
He's not
responding.
playing
He
around it.
responding to Councillor Johnson that
I
they are
know.
Yeah.
not.
I'm just looking at his
Yeah.
own way of presentation.
Mm.
Yeah. So
See you there. So that Lofa, you know. Go ahead.
all right, so my people, you're welcome to this broadcast. We are here because of you, my Liberian people. We know this is the only network that you will say we must pay attention. They will be on us and with us for hours. And that is why we are here, bringing you updates from within the court. All right, so that you know what is happening within there, so that you don't be surprised or shocked tomorrow if the ruling comes out. At the same time, we still are waiting, reports from our reporters there at the Supreme Court. They are on grounds of the Supreme Court. If you are watching Spoon TV live right now, you see visual coming from the Supreme Court. I'm in studio here with Dennis Nipsey and, of course, our news director, Cyrus Hammer. Yeah, that man, Dennis, what I noticed about Cyrus, he always like to be in the back and just be quiet and calm. My first time seeing men from Nima County that is so soft. But we'll discuss that one another time.
I know.
So, Cyrus, I know you want to come in.
No, come on. I mean, sometimes you just have to focus on what you are doing. But like you said, Actor Johnson's style of presentation will be quite different and as compared to Councillor Van Sherman. Actor Johnson will present with that type of energy. Actor Johnson and Councillor Sherman is a very experienced lawyer. Okay, and he might, because of his age, he might be that old, so you want to use that energy. But today you'll be looking at logic with legality. These are the two things that will be interplaying, and so he will go on to defend his clients and to say, oh, these guys acted in the confine of the constitutions. They acted based on the rules of the legislature, especially from the House of Representatives. And so basically that's what you're doing. And besides, you'll be quoting some of the laws or some of the rules at the level of the House of Representatives that support these guys' actions. So basically, that's what we'll be seeing. And he will also be cross-examining the Arthur Johnson. So
All right.
you'll also be waiting to get a lot of questions from the colleagues and from the judges as well. So basically, we'll be waiting to see what will really be the outcome of this.
Are we saying that Councillor Sherman knows the law better?
No, that's not basically.
No.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm only saying the style of presentation might be different.
Okay. They are unique in their own ways.
Yeah, they are very unique.
I
mean, being staying long within the law does not really mean that you know the law by someone who just come in. So
right?
So I cannot go that route. What I'm saying is the style of presentation may be a little bit different. Yeah,
he's more mature. I mean, from what we are gathering, that he is a veteran and all of that. Yet at the end of the day, it's not about the presentation or the style. It is about the rule of law and what the Supreme Court judgment comes down to. All right. So if you are there, we are here. And yes, go ahead, James.
Yes, we have another update. Councillor Sherman, we told you that Councillor Sherman said the the work of the work that is the action of the majority bloc is constitutional. It is now unconstitutional. After Kofa's team said it is unconstitutional. So here are some of the reasons that he's giving. Councillor Sherman said upon the return, that was October 20th, of Speaker Kofa, when Speaker Kofa returned on October 20th, the Speaker refused to accept documents from the Chief Clerk by the majority bloc, causing delay in lawmakers working. This thing started on October 17th. The Speaker was in America on that day. He traveled to Rome when our president was also in Rome.
Yeah.
That same day when he was in Rome, we saw him praying in the church.
Yeah.
And we saw him again with the Catholic priest, the demon for the Catholic church. The Pope. Oh, the Pope. Christian Benepa me, so that my friend can beat me. You're sorry. We saw him with the Pope. So after all that thing, he came back on the 20th. So the councillor said when he returned on the 20th of October, the chief clerk of the House of Representatives gave him document, presented document to him, and he said, she now, because the chief clerk is a she, that woman. So she presented a document and she said, here is a document from the majority bloc. So the councillor said, Speaker Kofa said, no, I will not accept the document. And that caused delay in the workings of the House of Representatives. And he gave precedent to, that is a reference to former Speaker and now Senator Edwin Snow and Tyler. We know what happened with their case. So the councillor is giving precedent. He said it happened at that time, and this was what happened. So that's one of the reasons why Councillor Sherman said the actions of the majority bloc is not unconstitutional, because the speaker did not hold a document when he returned. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but you know, still coming.
No, before I end, yeah, some key in. Let me give that. He is arguing that the Constitution has given the lawmakers the power to remove the speaker and deputy speaker if there is any error of course. So that these are reasons that not me. These are live updates coming in from the court. I am not there. Away in Warsaw, in Poland. These are updates coming in from the court. The way they are arguing, we are just collecting it from their mouth and giving it to you. Okay, I'm not even close to Africa. So he said, the councillor said, let me read. He is arguing that the Constitution has given lawmakers the power to remove the speaker and deputy speaker if there is any error or cause. Okay, so we stop right there. Okay, he is laughing. The councillor is laughing. He is laughing while presenting.
Yeah,
that's how he laughing. That's how he laughing. He is laughing. That had a laughing going and presenting, and the entire hall is a bit laughing. Is laughing. Ha 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 ha. But you know you can't say how. They just you can just see their faces just going like that. So that's it now. These are updates coming in. We stop right there and laughing, brother, include the media people. There's even the media people there. Someone else, you can see their faces, you know, straight that they are laughing because the way the councillor presenting.
They're laughing to laugh. Are they holding their laugh?
Let you there, you laughing too now. Go ahead.
I mean, you know, we heard Cyrus Hammond when he said that the style of presentation would be different. So maybe another councillor might be stuttering or playing around it or talking about chaos, another counselor coming and laughing with it and giving you reasons why it is possible to, remove the speaker, why is for how what makes it constitutional for the majority to say they can have their own sitting. So at the same time, we are not the ones putting words into the mouth. We are not lawyers, we are journalists. We also do investigations. We also make sure we bring up updates, and that is why we are here following and breaking the news to you people, because this media is of course trustworthy.
Iron Lady of School, I need to interrupt you. I need to interrupt you. Remember, we told you that the counselor is presenting. He is presenting and laughing. And everyone there, they are in a mood of laughing. Then the counselor came, continued to present. And he said again, he said, it is clear the lawmakers have the power to remove the speaker or deputy speaker, citing some of the laws or ruling. The man is not just saying, the next day, yesterday, when G. Flomo was news director for Lofa County BBC, G. Flomo sacked Saros Hammond, who was his editor. So that the same thing Lorena is doing, since she is the news director of Spoon Network. So now they're giving reference to what happened way in 1899 and what's happening today in 2024. So the counselor is citing references, okay? He's giving laws, he's naming laws or ruling that took place before. Chief Justice Yo just asked him to clearly explain how the speaker should be removed. Hey, the woman said, counselor, all the things you're talking, they can remove the speaker, the deputy speaker. Please explain clearly for us to understand. Explain. We're not saying you should come quote law, you do this, but explain with evidence how a speaker or a deputy speaker can be removed. That is the Chief Justice, Councilor Justice Yo. I keep calling our Chief Justice Councilor. They call me homing content too. Sorry, Chief Justice. Okay, so we stop right there. Unless I listen to my so we stop right there.
So James, that's a stated issue. It's clear that the speaker can be removed for cause, right? But you have to cite the law. That's where Councillor Sherman has to convince the judges, which you have to state clearly the law that says the speaker can be removed and how the speaker should be removed from power. So if you fail to cite that law, I mean, it signals something, right? So you have to cite the law. You have to convince the judges clearly that this is how the law says the speaker should be removed and why the speaker should be removed. You have to cite the law. And if the law was followed by the majority bloc, then it's a clear issue. But if the law you are citing was not followed by the majority bloc, then there's a problem. Okay, so it's not just about merely saying yes, the speaker can be removed, but what's the backing? How the speaker should be removed from power?
And that's why they told him to explain clearly how the speaker can be removed. So now we are awaiting some of the laws that he will give. We hope to get our update. These are updates. We just doing the formality, not to pull you in our worry moon. We don't want to present in a way that will make you worry, right? We have to add the phoning part of it. So at least laugh a little bit while you're getting serious about it. We don't want to see you getting angry and getting vexed with everyone around you. Let's laugh a bit while we go through with this. We are awaiting updates to come in.
And one of the sticker issues, James, has to do with this Article 47 of the Liberian Constitution, where the COFA blacks is saying was violated. And so we have to read that out if we get it.
Article 49?
49, yes, Article 49. And they are also citing Rule 10.1. Okay, these are basically the two rules they are capturing or basing the argument on. So the majority bloc lawyer now will now have to come up with the law of the rules that give the majority bloc the power to remove the speaker. Anything else than that, I mean, it will signal something else.
we before you come in, we have another update.
All
So
right.
remember, Justice Yo asked Councilor Sherman to explain how a speaker can be removed after he said lawmakers have the right to remove speaker and deputy speaker. So now, Councilor Sherman said an ad hoc committee was set up to investigate Fonanti Kofa's leadership, but he refused to be investigated. He said there was an ad hoc committee, meaning the majority bloc set up a team to investigate Kofa's leadership, but Kofa refused to appear before that committee for investigation. And we heard that from the majority bloc, but we cannot confirm if they ever did. But they said it in their sessions, but we cannot confirm it. Yeah, they said the trial, they wrote him letters to appear for investigation, but he did not. So the councillor has repeated what we heard yesterday, that the ad hoc committee tried to investigate him, but he did not appear. He's still explaining. Yeah, he's still struggling to give the rightful explanation how a speaker can be removed, and they are coming in gradually.
So from what we are gathering is that they made the efforts. If the lawyer is saying that they had this committee set up to investigate the speaker, that means they made efforts. All right, but if you look back, people are saying Liberians or Liberia is just good at removing the speakers. But if you look back at the Edwin Snow's case, you know that the case was won in court. You understand, but they did not have the numbers. All right, I'm just trying to look back at the case before, looking at the same game being played right now. The speaker, you look at the speaker being in minority block, and he is the speaker, meaning that he does not have the number compared to the numbers that majority block has. And that was the same thing that happened with former Speaker Edwin Snow. And at the end of the day, Edwin Snow had to end up resigning. So maybe most of the representatives feel, or they know that if we use the law, we use the constitution, and at the end, once the speaker does not have the number, he is going to resign. Yet at the same time, we are looking at rulings coming from the Supreme Court, and that is why we are here to make sure we give you all of the updates. So James, if you still have update, or my colleagues,
another one coming in before Dennis and Sarah come in. Councillor Jusu Kaba is up to ask or make comments. So we are waiting to hear what Councillor Jusu Kaba will say. So next is Councillor Jusu Kaba, who is set to make to ask or make comments. Yeah.
All right, so my Liberian people, welcome. This is Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1. You can catch us via any of the mediums. We are also live on Spoon TV. We are live on YouTube, Fabric TV, Super TV, and Smile 98.6 from Grand Jita and Spoon 107.5. Dennis, you said we're live on another radio station.
Yes, and that's Radio G. Radio G in Fishtown, 98.2.
All right, so we appreciate all of the media institutions relaying it live right now. You want to make sure you inform your people in the corners and the villages and the towns and the cities, and whichever county you are in. Spoon is here to make sure that the information gets out there. And so we are here awaiting reports from the court. I'm sorry, we were just at the house yesterday. Today we are at the court, and I'm here with my colleagues, of course. James Goode Flomo, the poster good day, have a good day, is here. At the same time, I'm here. I'm Lorena Honoré. Dennis Nipson is here. We have Cyrus Hammond. We pull him out to come and be with us today on the camera. Yeah, so my people, so my old man, y'all don't worry. We'll make sure you get all the information that you need to get. Sell your market in peace. Stop worrying. Don't give yourself high blood pressure, okay? We know that this thing will end up good. Our lawmakers will end up making peace for the sake of the country in whichever way. It's just funny at times. Sometimes people say maybe it's pride. I don't want to analyze again before it cause problem for me. You understand, James? Because I want to come in.
You are free to analyze.
You understand?
You are free to speak your mind.
You're free to speak your mind.
What is it?
Yeah, that's
No, one lawmaker went after her.
But the thing is, that lawmaker doesn't know that I'm also pellet. But the thing is, the truth is the truth. Why you see it, you say I'm being objective. We say the law is the law. We are listening. We hear updates coming from within the court. So that when people are getting all of the updates and the information that they need to get, at the end of the day, it is all about Liberia. We put in Liberia first. There's not going to be business as usual. Once it is the right thing, is going by the law and the constitution is being served right, then of course we will have a full House of Representatives working. I'm just looking at, looking at House Speaker Fonati Kofa in case if it is not in his favor, in case if it is not in his favor.
Yeah,
So,
let's
I
make
to
something.
sit on the gavel of the majority bloc, these are things that people are looking at too. That's why you hear arguments coming from both teams, supporters of Fonati, supporters of the majority bloc.
So,
Okay.
if it is okay, do we have someone in queue?
No, people kept hearing us calling Justice, how you call it, Councillor Jusu Kaba, Councillor Jusu Kaba. They are wondering which side he's representing. He's not a party to the case. Yeah, he's an associate justice. Yeah, Councillor Jusu Kaba or associate Jusu Kaba. Yeah, he's on the bench. He's not a part of any of the legal team. Okay, so don't say that Kofa man or that majority man. No. He's part of the full bench. So we are waiting for Kaba's question.
Yeah, so what I was about to say when Lorena asked when you say if the law is not on the side of the embattled speaker Kofa, we all know that Kofa has already said that all he wants is the rule of law, due process, and if it is against him, he will resign. So perhaps he just want to set precedent, I think. And if it is against him, now Liberian people will be looking up to him to do the honorable thing by, resigning and leaving the office for, the next person, the elected speaker now, to take on his role. So I think it's just about perhaps he wanting to do the right thing to see whether the law can be followed, and that shouldn't be like business as usual. Like President Bwakai has said, there won't be business as usual.
I think the Sherman is arguing, if you listen to the reports coming in, the majority bloc lawyer is arguing that Kofa was given due process. But again, you have to see whether that due process was in accordance with the laws of Liberia. Because if they set up a committee to investigate in that part of due process, but was it done properly? Was it done in line with their own rules or the constitution? And so basically, these are some of the loopholes. And they will be also looking at in court during cross examination. Okay.
Yeah.
And
So let's. Yeah. When you.
Yes.
Okay. Let me go ahead. So again, I'm sorry. I think this was a mistake in the update. Let me correct it. That has to do with Yusuf Kaba, Justice Yusuf Kaba. I think I kept saying Councillor. So just to correct that mistake before he hold me in contempt, Justice Kaba, not Councillor. He's a part of the full bench. So he asked Councillor Sherman, why was the speaker out of the let me get a question. Why was the speaker out of the country and some decisions were taken? He's asking if when the speaker was out of the country, there were some decisions that were taken. That is what the justice is asking. Justice Kaba is asking Councillor Sherman. Remember, Councillor Sherman is the lead lawyer for the majority bloc. So they are asking him, at the time the speaker was out of the country, did you guys take any major decisions? Or you took some of the decisions that you took today? Yeah.
All right. So then, like Dennis was saying, Councillor House Speaker, Councillor J. Fonanti Kofa is a lawyer, and all he has been saying is that the rule of law must prevail. So in case it might not be in his favor. He would just step down according to what he wanted. That due process should be served and that the rule of law must take its course. And then we will not be hearing about the chaos that we have been hearing when Councillor Johnson was answering to Justice Yusuf Akaba. But at the same time, we are still waiting. We don't want people to say that, we put it in our feelings, but we have to tell you what is happening. We have to update you on it. We have calls coming in still. So, James, if you are ready.
And also, just
Yeah,
to add
yeah,
up.
we have some. Yeah, go ahead when you are done.
Yes, my mic.
Yes, on.
Yeah,
And
okay.
just to add up to what Cyrus was talking about in the question I was asked to Councillor Sherman, whether was the embattled speaker given due process. So at this point in time, if the majority bloc says yes, it's about the Supreme Court now, and to define what is a due process as it relates to their proceeding, because if they say yes, they gave him due process, and he's saying they are not giving due process, now there will be some interpretation of whether due process, why it meant in that situation, and how it wasn't accorded or how it was accorded. Yeah, that's
Okay.
the point I wanted to make.
All right. So Justice Kaba also asked. Justice Kaba said, Justice Kaba is asking or arguing whether lawmakers can meet and make decisions, especially without his approval. That's the speaker, while the speaker was away. But Councillor Sherman is arguing that the simple majority method gives the lawmakers the power. Article 33 of the Liberian Constitution talks about simple majority that will make a quorum. That's 33. Oh, I lost all of my team members. That's 37 lawmakers. Article 33 of the Liberian Constitution says that simple majority shall constitute a quorum of the House of Representatives. And simple majority of 73 is 37. So Councillor Sherman said the simple majority method gives the lawmaker the power to meet and make a decision as long as they reach a quorum. Yeah.
I tell
Welcome
you.
back,
So
guys.
yeah, and
So there where we are. He asked if lawmakers can meet and make a decision without the approval of the speaker, and Councillor Sherman said the simple majority method, which is Article 33 of the Liberian Constitution, that says how you call it? Simple majority shall constitute a quorum, and simple majority is 37. Remember, they have been 40, 41, 42, 43, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. That have been the numbers. So it means that they have always been above that part of the Constitution that gives them the power to meet if they reach quorum. Yeah.
All right, so then they always knew what they were doing, and we like the fact that he's answering all questions. You must present your case, and it's like when you go to pray. Once you go to pray and you don't, and you put your prayer point through to God, and you don't support it with scripture. You understand, James? You are a Christian. You don't support it with scripture. Then how can you make your argument? Known to God. So that's the same thing. We live by the rules and laws of the books, be it from the Bible, the Quran, or even where it is well. Someone calling me. I see a new last name, surname right now, but I'm not going to be bothered by that. So when you go to pray,
don't be bothered about those things.
When you go to pray, you have to present your scripture, which is the law. You understand? Or your word said this. This is what your word says about me. And that is what I'm presenting to you now to support my argument. You understand? So the fact that the rule of law is what we are looking up for, we are hoping that the rule of law will prevail. In the end, that is what we are. It's not about our personal feelings. And once the rule of law prevails, there can be no argument. And then this country can just move forward. And then beginning next week, we can be saying, oh, House Speaker so and so, or House Speaker so and so, and then the people work can be done.
So
and as a Christian, as a good Christian, I can give one scriptural backing about why we should be patriotic for our nation. Okay, that would be St. John 8:35, which says that the slave does not remain in the house forever; the son remains in the house forever. Okay, so as a Liberian, you will remain in Liberia forever, and those who coming in as tourists or just coming to stop will leave tomorrow. So we must put Liberia first.
So
St. John
James,
8:35. Yeah, go ahead.
James, yes.
Mhm.
So critically, my input from the question that Justice Kaba asked, right? In terms of the quorum.
See,
So
people say I'm not a Christian. Go
so
ahead.
critical critical thinking, right? One may
Mhm.
ask, when do the lawmaker get quorum? It said that before, when the embattled speaker was outside, they did examine at a particular section to obtain a quorum before making the move, for which
That was
perhaps he's
that,
asking that
that was a
question.
question.
Yeah.
That was a
So
question that he asked.
yeah, so that's critically, that's what I'm thinking about, whether he's sensing that there should be some assembly, within the chambers where they can have a quorum before taking the decision and all of that, and
Hey,
that wasn't observed. Perhaps that also could be some factor for which he asked the
hey,
question.
fire on the mountain. This is a
Okay.
very critical statement coming from Justice Kaba. Justice Kaba is also saying that through the simple majority method, the law says if there are other lawmakers refusing to join the simple majority, those who are refusing should be compelled to come to reach a certain number to do business. It is getting deep. Oh.
Wow. Wow. That's a new one. This is serious. We need to continue to study the laws.
No, I think I have to do law.
Yeah, you should.
Your
I mean,
way,
you
I'm
might
doing.
most journalists do law or international relations.
No, you advise me. I'm doing international relations here, right? Should I do my master should be in law?
It is up to you how you feel.
No,
What's
you can
conviction that
advise me. My
you can be
master
a
should
lawyer,
be.
James. You know how to talk. You know how to lecture. Be a
I think
lawyer.
I think I have to reach out to my family to ask them. My family will have to make the decision. I think I would, since I'm already doing international relations and I have small knowledge in journalism, I can, double down and then move on. So Justice Kaba is saying, don't laugh. Justice Kaba is saying that through the simple majority method, the law says if there are other lawmakers refusing to join the simple majority, those who are refusing should be compelled. When we were coming out in Liberia, our bigger brothers in Feasible, they used to tell us, "Hey, you are not forced, but you are compared." We never knew the meaning. When they tell us you are not forced, but you are compared, we will be like, "Yeah, at least I'm not talking to all good." Instead, we are not forced, but we are compared. Yeah, we never knew the meaning of compared. So he is saying that the simple majority method says that those who are refusing to join the simple majority let me go by the Justice Kaba is also saying that through the simple majority method, the law says if there are other lawmakers refusing to join the simple majority, those who are refusing should be compelled to come to work to reach a certain number to do business. Yeah, we start right there.
All right, so as Sylvester Chodoplay, if you are there, Chocon Flower, we know our guys are all over, and if they can come through so we can connect, and we need to get information, although we are awaiting what is going on within the court. We also want to know from our reporters, Haji Masale, Nelson Kole, Sylvester Chodoplay, if you guys are there, please come. We want to talk to you. We want you to update us on what is happening around the Temple of Justice. At the same time, we have calls still coming in. Liberian people really want their own views to be heard.
Yeah, go ahead, take some calls.
Take some calls. Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you, guys. You got all good by my radio, just like I'm watching a movie. I read it in the presentation. Thank you so much. So, my point is, earlier on you said few other lawmakers that were suspended by the majority bloc also filed in a lawsuit. But then I want to understand why they had to file in another lawsuit. You have already denigrated the majority. You said they are not operating conform the law. So everything they say, you are not honor it. In fact, the majority bloc suspended them. They said that they are not on suspension. So you did not recognize the people to be a law abiding. So why you filing lawsuit against somebody you already know is not in the law? They are not operating in the actual law. I still don't understand that.
All right, thank you so much. That's your point. That's your question. 0777-771075. You can also call us. Hello? Please lower your monitor, sir.
Hello?
Yes, you're live on the show.
Hello?
Lower your monitor now, please, okay?
Yeah, okay. My sister, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. You know, if a woman says, the woman say no one man, you can force a woman, you can't force a woman. If you go to the woman family, you are talk. The family says no, go with the man. When you go to the man hall, you will not get the man water or table. You don't go for the man. So woman say no want you, and not want you. Therefore, the PGF forget about here. Men go through a different thing. The people say they don't want you, and you don't get corona. You see a question asking for the corner, they say if you get corona, and they don't get corona. They have you do like people business. So let's just forget about it. Let's go through a lawyer way.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you plenty, man.
All right, 0555-101075 or 0777-771075. The numbers are also scrolling on the page, and you can call and be live on the show. We have more callers. Hello? Yes, your name, where are you calling us from?
Yeah, thank you. This is the People's Governor for District number 10, Damso Isaac, and I join from Kingsburg.
All right, sir. Quickly, please put your point through.
Yeah, thank you. What we have to say here is the majority bloc. While it's true that they have been holding this country hostage for quite a long time. What we, the Liberian people, are going through, with the kind of suffering that we're going through, we elected the people to be our direct representation to do a piece of work for us. See people calling for all in the rural area. People are asking people then ever since to let go the same thing here. You can't be telling the people who you got together, you elected the man. How long it has gone before the same people want to get together to be the same man here again? What we are telling them, if it is true that their constitution in our house says that they should give the speaker due process even before the speaker could please say, even when they are not getting the number, no need of doing the hoodoo balloting here and there. There's a need for them to go back to session because the first time the Supreme Court rule was that they should go back to starter court and then start go back to the speaker if they got any points to present it. It was not only for them to be doing anything here and there. I said, so if you know how the country looking at Nana, with the kind of case here, it's not small thing. The international community, our other neighboring country there around here, looking at us. And the younger generation are looking at the way the people doing the constitution business in the country. If their constitution in our house there is higher than the constitution of this country, then they will tell us because we are watching it as young people. There's a need for them to respect the constitution that they themselves say they will uphold and protect. So we are looking at them. Let us speak to their heart. Let them go back to session and sit on that there and do the reporting for that. It's not time for other people to be talking about majority blog session, the other one get session. Now what we offer you, we are struggling. We're looking for ways. The budget is that far. We ourselves will not even get anything for this system because we are business people. We're not working in government. The masses are crying. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have update. Let's interrupt a little bit. We have an update. So just to clarify, the court did not rule before that they should go back to status quo and do business. No, the first complaint was they should place a stay order on the majority bloc, and the justice in chamber then declined to issue a stay order. So just to correct the court did not rule that. This is the first time they are going. The last time the court only told them when they were scheduled to appear that they should return to status quo pending the outcome of what's going to happen today. So now Councillor Sharma is arguing that after the majority bloc sent citations to embattled Speaker Kofa 3 times, and he refused. They all agreed that Deputy Speaker Thomas Fowler should preside and do business. So the lawyer of the majority bloc is telling the court that they sent 3 letters, 3 communications to Speaker Kofa, asking him that they want to investigate him or inviting him for investigation, and he refused. And that was how they went ahead to call Thomas Fowler, Deputy Speaker, to preside and do business. And his due process was given. So this is what we've been hearing in the media and from other lawmakers, that Speaker Kofa was not given due process, and now Councilor Sherman is saying due process was given to the Speaker because they sent communications to him on 3 occasions, and he refused to honor all of the communications that went to him.
Just a clarification, Cyrus, before you come in. A caller who called and said that Speaker Kofa, the embattled speaker, should forget about the stuff and go back to doing his law. Just to clarify to our listening audience that when Kofa is removed as speaker, it doesn't mean that he's not a lawmaker. He remains a lawmaker. He will continue to serve his people in his county. So let's get it straight that people who listening should know that if you remove as a speaker, it doesn't mean that you are not a lawmaker.
And then James, coming to you, especially with the update. I think we are not lawyers, but the
we are not lawyers. We just reading what we getting.
Yeah, the cross examination is still ongoing. But I think the argument could be, James, if you say the process were called a speaker and you give him citation to come, where you people were meeting, I think it could be one of the questions that will come.
Maybe they'll ask that question.
Yeah, because if the citation, who received the citation, was it given to him directly, and what the rule says, should you people have special section outside of the regular chambers? Okay, maybe these are all questions that will come forth, and once they are satisfied, then it means the judges will decide, right? But if you say you give somebody due process, you have to follow the rightful procedures within the law, and that's we all are saying. The court will now determine what is due process. Okay, what are the due process was already followed? So in the court ruling, these are things that will be answered.
Yeah, and again, what we are reading here are just output or result from the cross-examinations that are going on. They are not ruling. They are not ruling. The justices in chamber are just asking these lawyers. When you make your presentation, they will come and ask you, you said point A. This happened. Can you link it with point A? Can you link it with point B? How it happened? Can you better explain to make us understand? So they are not ruling. After all of these cross examinations and so forth, they will meet now to compare them, looking at laws that were cited during their presentations, and then these people who are quote unquote the best in our country, the best 5 people that understand the law in our country who are currently sitting on the bench will decide the outcome of what's happening today.
Yes, they have that authority to decide, and then they have the final say when it comes to law in the country. So who will be watching out for that? And Haji Edia said that the ruling may come out maybe tomorrow or maybe next week. So we are still following the process, and at the end of the day, we'll keep updating the public, and at the end of the day, we'll know where the Supreme Court will stand on this one.
Yep, and we saw that legal experts also were trying to give their own opinions, watching what the Supreme Court decision will be. And I would like to bring in a gist of that story from Page Africa. It says, as the Supreme Court prepares to render its decision on the ongoing leadership crisis within the House of Representatives, legal experts and political commentators have expressed contrasting views on the legal and parliamentary implications of recent events. All right, so we know that it is being watched not just by us journalists reporting. We even have legal experts that are also observing what is going on. At the heart of the controversy is the status of Speaker J. Fonati Kofa, whose leadership has come under scrutiny following a vote of no confidence by a group of lawmakers. The group named and styled Majority Bloc declared the Speaker's position vacant and elected one of their members, Representative Nangwe Kun, UP District 11, Montserrat County, as Speaker. All right. The Majority Bloc also declared that, just to, give summarize what the reason why we are here today. But if you want to come in, James, you can come in.
Yeah, we have another update.
Have updates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another update coming in, citing Article 33 and 66 of the Liberian Constitution. This is Justice Yo. There is still a dilemma. But Chief Justice Yo is asking Councillor Sherman, what does he pray the Supreme Court can do? Yeah, they are asking. She's now asking Councillor Sherman what the Supreme Court should do. She's citing Article 33 and 66 of the Liberian Constitution, and Councillor Sherman is responding by urging the court to agree with the Majority Bloc and that due process was given to Speaker Kofa. Yes, that due process was given to Speaker Kofa, and he also said that yes, Speaker Kofa should be removed. So the councillor is asking after the Chief Justice asked him to explain. He said, yeah, they asked him what you are praying the court to do. He said the court should agree with the Majority Bloc that due process was given to Kofa, looking at all his previous explanation of sending communications to Kofa to appear for investigation, and he refused to appear. So the court said, what you want us to do? And he said, agree with us that we gave him due process.
Councillor Sherman is saying that due process was given, but yet there are still other people and even some representatives are saying that, Fonati Kofa was not given due process. So we await, of course, like we said, we are just giving you updates from what is coming from in the court. But people were confused, saying, "Oh, they didn't give the speaker due process. They didn't give the speaker due process." But here it said now we are hearing from the Majority Bloc own lawyer saying that due process was given to the speaker. And since the speaker didn't, go by what they wanted, that is why today we have what is happening to us and to the country right now. And so now they are in court, and we are hoping that we'll have a resolution by next week, hopefully, so that the Liberian people job can be done. You ask any Liberian man or woman right now, especially the common people, they tell you we just want our job to be done. Now some people are now surprised that also due process was served the speaker before by the Majority Bloc. That is something that has been an argument that the speaker should be given due process. You want to comment?
So Justice Kaba is about to ask his last question to Councillor Sherman. We are awaiting his last question. Justice Kaba is about to ask the last question to Councillor Sherman. After Sherman told the Chief Justice that agree with us that we gave him due process and he should be removed.
Denise, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, so what I wanted to say is that obviously it's obvious that when two people are into confusion, each side will say what they think they did.
Yeah.
So I think at this point the Majority Bloc, the lead lawyer of the Majority Bloc would defend that we gave due process. Also the lead lawyer for Fonati Bloc will also, the Minority Bloc will also say they did not give due process. So at this point, the both sides will make their own argument claiming to be right until, the Supreme Court can decide, can interpret or decide or make their ruling in the both arguments.
Once you present your documentation to what you are presenting, then of course we know that it makes it an argument. From what I see, we're not being lawyers. If you say yes, you gave due process was served the speaker, you should present the documentation to that says that due process was served. Mr. Hammer, if you want to come in, if not, we still hear from our Liberian people because our lines are busting.
So you know that there's been this argument ongoing in some quarters that the Supreme Court or the judiciary should not interfere with the legislative activities, right? So if you listen, Justice Yo clearly asks that question, especially come with the audience saying that citing Article 33 and 66 of the Liberian Constitution, and there is still a daddy man, Justice Yo. But Chief Justice Yo is asking Councillor Sherman, what does he pray the court to do? Okay,
Yeah.
so it's trying to satisfy this argument. The fact that the both lawyers from the both teams have appeared there, it means that the court has the right, as the final arbiter of justice, to decide in
Yeah.
this case. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the clever court. That's the reason why she's asking. So are you people actually convinced that we can decide in this case? So he is saying yes. I'm praying the court to say yes. We have removed the speaker. And initially, and Johnson also prayed the court to say yes, declare their action unconstitutional. So the both parties have now acknowledged that the Supreme Court has the decision to rule in this case. So if the Supreme Court has a decision to rule in this case, it is clear. So if they come up with that ruling, it also satisfies that action that the Supreme Court cannot interfere with legislative activities. No, that argument is off the hook when it comes to this question. So basically, come again, James?
Do you have
conclude? I have an update, but conclude.
Yes. So basically, the both parties are just putting forth their arguments, and at the end of the day, the Supreme Court will come up with the final say.
Okay. So update coming in says Chief Justice Yo asked Councillor Sherman to pray, and he did so by saying, "Your Honor, the Constitution has given the lawmakers the right to take decisions or remove the speaker where necessary. And the majority bloc has taken the decision to remove their speaker based on cost. So be it." So clearly, the lead lawyer of the majority bloc has prayed the court, have told the court what they want, and they finish and he said the law gave them the right to remove their speaker when there's cost. Yeah, and they took that decision and they did it. They removed their speaker. So be it. Yeah.
All right. So, Cyrus, you want to come in?
Yes, these are all legal arguments ongoing, Lorena, and so the full bench will definitely have to decide. Everybody's trying to defend their action in this at this point. The majority bloc trying to defend their action. COFA's bloc is also trying to defend. The COFA's bloc actions, right? So everybody trying to use some sort of legal tools to defend their action, to convince the full bench to say, "Oh, ruled in my favor." Okay, but at the end of the day, they are very experienced in that. They will decide. They will look at precedent case. They will also examine the laws on the book, and they will say what is right according to the law. And we have just repeatedly saying that when they come out with their final ruling, everyone should abide because they have the constitutional mandate and to say you are right or you are wrong.
All right, so we have our reporters out there, yeah, in case they want to come in with any report. We have Jurassic Joe and Yegezi Zokwe. We have Hachi Masale and Chokonji Flaman. If you guys are there, we are awaiting more reports from around there. You know, Chodople was moving around talking to some citizens yesterday. We want to know from them as well where they what is their own opinion where it concerns what is happening today in our country.
Yes, we hope to do that again, but this case has reached the interesting part. You know, this is not one of the cases where justices in the courtroom will listen to us, the common people, we listen to our opinion and say, oh, okay, we majority of the people saying this, let's do with it. No, but this is strictly constitutional. So we are looking at the constitution that would be the final verdict here would be the verdict in this case. So at the point where some people will not be okay, but at least I'm happy that we listen to lawmakers on the both sides saying whatever the court says, that will be the final, and they will respect the decision from the court. I'm happy to hear that from lawmakers in this case. I'm very happy. I listened to Representative Yeke, Representative Colette, Representative Musa Hassan Bedete. They all said the final statement from the court will be respected.
All right. And we have online viewers that are leaving in different comments, but we appreciate your presence as we're with more updates from Inner Court. We're still engaged with our audience via the radio. Those that are listening, if you are watching on Spoon TV Live, you might just want to call us on the numbers that you see scrolling: 0777771075 or 0555101075. Let the people speak about what is going on in the country. Hello.
Hello. Yes, hello.
Tell us your name and go straight to your point.
My name is Jacob Kennedy. I call from Peace Island, Congo Town community.
Go ahead, sir.
So, based upon the, first of all, let me tell you people, thank you for the update, for the very update. So, I've been following the case. One thing I did was to look at the past case, meaning the removal of then Speaker Eddie Snow. And when you look at the court ruling that time, they talk about the legality of the gathering of the lawmakers that signed the resolution to remove Speaker Snow. The legality, and then they talk about a due process. If the gathering was legal before then, the due process would be legal. So if you follow the case right now, you saw that the Speaker Black is currently pushing that they should first delegitimize the gathering of the majority bloc in the chambers, because he making reference to the case, to Eddie Snow case, this case study of Eddie Snow case, because if that gathering is not legitimate, then our action cannot be legitimate. But Schumer is playing a smart game, because he have used the simple majority rules, telling them that once we're up to 37, we can make this decision. So it kind of baffles me to see the decision of the court today, but I think both are actually learning from today's thing, from past experience, and the few updates I'm getting, I'm really learning to see how the law will be interpreted today again, based on past experience.
Thank you.
Eddie Snow.
Thank you, sir. 0777771075 or 0555101075.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello,
Welcome to the show. Tell us your name and go to your point.
Thank you very much for the program. Let me commend you and James and my sister Jenny in studio.
All right.
Yeah, I'm calling from Bamuma.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, and Sarah, he said, where the people were sitting, he had a question of and the lawyer of Francis Kofa, Arthur Johnson. Said they pray the people that reported were illegal. Then Judge Kaba asked him, who gave you the story that the place is not a law? Or if the people continue to act there, there will be chaos. That means, and the question of Francis Kofa fire. Listen, à la paix, l'école, le peuple return by the put to rule. So for now, because they were illegal. So you just say the place is illegal. So and the council of Samuel Article Chapter 3, that's simple common to do business. No one says was legal. It's simple common to do business. So you see all the questions they put into the council of Samuel, he's catching a head going to a single case. Let's all after dumpy, you have to be dumpy 1 year, dumpy other years or no question. So we're following the same because the media, they're saying they kill oh, they put on get political people. You refuse to take it.
Thank you. Can we take more calls, James, or we should take this person as the last caller? Hello?
Yeah, let's get some calls.
Okay, your name?
My name is Andy M. Siaka, and I phone from Johnsonville Township.
I know you have a
Uh,
concern.
we keep following, and let me say thanks to all of the media that keep giving the citizen information and updates on the court. My concern here is that due process. When we come to due process, even though I'm not a legal practitioner, I'm not a lawyer, but if I say you cause a problem and maybe I took you to the court want to set you down, investigate you, try you, and make sure that you are guilty. That's due process. The court don't just grab people off from the police station straight to the prison compound. No, it really don't happen that way. Have these people given over due process? We say no. Now, let them go back in their chambers, make sure level of the allegation against Speaker Kofa, and make sure that this go. Because the first thing here, this happened with former Speaker Snow. It happened with Tyler. So the guys feel they can just do anything they want to do in this country, and anybody can wake up at any time. Today, it is the Speaker. Tomorrow, it's Senate Pro Tem. Therefore, tomorrow will be the president of this country. Because people will just wake up, not fighting the law, not going through the due process or whatsoever in our country, and just think they can remove people. But I want to say thank you, and we hope for the better results from the Supreme Court, because the court is the highest decision-making body in our country. We respect the court, we got faith in the court, and we are waiting for the best judgment for.
Yeah, with respect to the law. Thank you. James, we have an update. You want to just run us through the update that we have? James, good day, Flomo.
Yeah, it's the update I was looking at. I was looking at the update. Sorry. The latest update. The Ministry of Justice, through its SG, has advised the court not to interfere because the matter before the court is questioning whether there is a constitutional status that was violated, citing Section 2.2 of the Executive Law and 9.64 of the Civil Procedural Law, stating that the matter does not violate a constitutional statute.
James.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you remember when the Chief Justice asked about citing Article 33 and 66?
And 66, yeah, I remember.
I was saying that that was a clever question from my own understanding.
Yes,
because
yes.
There's this argument in some quarters that the Supreme Court should not interfere with the legislative politics on Capitol Hill. Yeah, so if you look at 66 talks about the power of the Supreme Court to look into cases from Code of Records, non-Code of Records, autonomous agency, and what have you. And so if you ask a lawyer, say, give him Article 66 of the Constitution, what do you think the court should do? And the lawyer says the court should rule. It means that you are giving the court the authority. So with this latest update, I think the Solicitor General is trying to look at it from a different legal angle. And I think the legal people will have to come to interpret what really he's trying to say but from what you just read, I think he's also talking about interference.
Again, let me read it. The latest update that we have here. The latest update that we have here says the Ministry of Justice, through its SG, the Solicitor General, has advised the court not to interfere because the matter before the court is questioning whether there is a constitutional status that was violated.
Yeah, then you go further down.
And we go further down, citing Section 2.2 of the Executive Law and 9.64 of the Civil Procedural Law. You can search for this law now and read them.
Yeah, so
we will read them later as soon we are done. We are not lawyers. We will read and you can decide for yourself. stating that the matter does not violate a constitutional statute. So it is left with the court. Okay, that's all from the Ministry of Justice. So it is left with the court to accept or act in terms of decision. Yeah, that's it. And just before you come in, I think you are right when the Chief Justice talk about 33, 33 of the Constitution, which talks about quorum, the simple majority, and 66 also talks about the Supreme Court shall be the final arbiter of justice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not quoting the way it is, but just a summary. Yeah, I think this is a clever point. Yeah, and I think the Chief Justice was very clever to ask that question. Yeah, yeah, I see why. She said dilemma. She used the word dilemma in her statement. Okay, I see. We look forward to them. Go ahead.
Yeah, with this latest coming from the SG, the Solicitor General, and stating that the matter doesn't violate the constitutional statute. I think basically he's saying the action on Capitol Hill is not a violation of the Constitution. I think basically that's what I'm understanding. So he's asking the Supreme Court on what to do or what not to do. But however, the court will also look at it and decide, right? So everybody is trying to put forth some legal logic here, legal argument to say this is what the law says, this is what the law says. But that's why there are 5 on the bench. They will have to sit down carefully to examine the law from all angles and then come up with the final ruling.
Dennis?
Dennis, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, indeed.
We won't say on the people. Don't worry, we are here.
Yes, I'm trying to set up some technical issues with so Lorena can go on. I'm trying to set up.
Yeah, I'm still hoping that we can get some of our reporters to come through because yes, we have been here. We want to know what is happening outside of the court. We are looking at it, but there are people moving in and about around the compounds, the vicinity. They might just want to tell us some of those that they talk to, what are they saying, what are they expecting. But like we said earlier, that is the ground where you're not going to be playing on. All right, like we did yesterday, we had reporters around the capital. You might not just be reporting or talking to anybody that would just decide or make their own decisions. But we are just looking at the same thing. And now we know that this case is about to be adjourned. Cyrus, we will be summarizing very soon because now we have heard from the minority bloc. And now we are concluding with the majority bloc, and we are still waiting to hear what the Supreme Court is going to say, if they are going to postpone or they are going to, tell us that, session is adjourned and we will come back next week to be able to come down with our ruling in favor of minority bloc or majority bloc, whatever it is. At the end of the day, the Liberian people just want their job, to move forward. We see actions on the grounds of the Supreme Court where our reporters are. We see different people, and if we can talk to some of them. All right, we already have them through. How are you, Jurasi? Jurasi Yegesi, please come through and yes. Jurasi, you are live. You're live, Jurasi.
You can go ahead when they're ready.
All right, so like we said, we want to give you updates from there outside of the court because we can't be in the courtroom, but there are Liberians outside there, and you see them. They are eagerly, standing about, waiting for information coming from within the court. Some of them could be supporters of the minority bloc, the majority bloc, but the people just waiting. All ears are open, all eyes are set to understand what has been or will be, the Supreme Court ruling. And like we said, Cyrus, it's not going to be today. We're not going to get a final verdict today, but we know that we might get something that might lead to the final verdict for next week.
Yeah, hopefully, maybe per the information we are getting from the Supreme Court. And it's ready. This case is ready a sticky issue, and the Supreme Court will have to take time to look into it very carefully. Remember, people are also talking about raising concern of interference, right? And if at all what the SG is saying is advising that the court, this is not a constitutional issue, they should not really look into it. I mean, it will be a precedence, right? And and once you do that, it means the majority will have some edge here, right? And so basically, the full bench will have to take their time to look at the legal implications, look at the rules of the legislature, what the Constitution says, and all of these things before coming out with
Okay.
that.
And everything is over.
Uh,
Argument in the court is done. The argument is done, so they are done. Next, we're going to be seeing them appearing on our camera. So our reporter, Chodopli, is making his way out right now.
Okay.
Exactly, because once you listen to the SG representing the government, the Solicitor General, I mean, it tells you that, and I mean, arguments were already concluding, right? So we just hope to listen to the lawyers outside the court. Let us hear what they think of the argument today in court and what they anticipate, or how was the process. So let's watch out, especially with Sylvester Chudoplay. Yeah, guess it's Zobwe, this guy already on the grounds of the Temple of Justice. So hope to get them and to hear what other opinions or what lawmakers make of the argument in court today, and how soon should we expect the ruling.
Honorable, you call it welcome to Spoon TV and all of the media as well. Can you give us a little update of what happened?
The final ruling will be coming out, but based on what we saw there, I think that Fernando Kofa is going to carry the day because everything was well explained to our people, to our police, that their setting is unconstitutional. Thank you. So let's go to Representative Samuel Kogai, the head of Active Black. We just listened to those from the side of the Black. So we have Representative Samuel Kogai here. Where are you sitting?
I'm now article to deduce the mind of the Supreme Court.
Where you were monitoring the arguments.
Of course, yes. But through the lawyers. You are semi-intimidated in the spread of the Supreme Court ruling. That's your insinuation. I just want to tell you clearly that the issue will have our lawyers that are ably representing us, and we cannot discuss anything concerning that matter. The only arbiter of the Constitution is the Supreme Court.
Are you optimistic that you will win this? Are you on the path to go to start the court?
All right, folks, you just listened to Representative Eugene Colley from the side of Speaker Jonathan Fernando Kofa, emphasizing that yes, indeed, the confidence of the Supreme Court's opinion going in their favor. Similar vital was shown by Representative Samuel Koga, the head of the majority black here, and he has said they too are confident of the Supreme Court's opinion going in their favor as well. Whatever the case is, it's been serious arguments within the Supreme Court, the constitutionality of the settings of the majority, whether or not they have the power to remove the speaker. But we have Councillor Vani Sherman here, who is the legal counsel. For how long is going to continue for this constitutional?
We don't know the Supreme Court ruling. Maybe this week, maybe next week. And so we're going to remain as right. We want to start off until 4th of this week. So we are sure that we have the conviction that hopefully by the end of the week, maybe next week, but they go for the bar convention this week. So we are hoping next week we'll get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So he is Representative Romeo Koya. So let's talk to Sekou Kanen of the majority bloc. Give your chance. Okay, the food drop on the Sony. People know not get coaching.
So if you are following via the radio, we have our colleagues who are at the Supreme Court trying to make their way to speak to the lead lawyers of both teams, that is the minority and majority, and also some lawmakers who are present at the Supreme Court.
I don't even want to give interview on court matter. Then leave it for the court to decide.
What's the anticipation, sir? What's the timeline? So I win the case? I'm making things, sir. What's the timeline of the court?
How can I give you timeline? You want the court? The court say matter resolved.
Okay.
Thanks. So that's Councillor Fanny Sherman there representing the legal interest of the majority bloc.
All right, thank you.
Lorena?
Yes, Masale.
Okay, so let's talk to Councillor Tiawon Gonglo. He was in the court. He may tell us, what was some of the issues.
Councillor Gonglo, welcome.
Thank you very much.
I mean, how was the argument today?
It was great. I even wanted to argue our father. Amicus create big yesterday. But you can't appear before that court unless the court permits you.
Meaning you had the appetite.
Oh yeah, I want to argue. And most of the arguments that were made by the petitioners were arguments that I made too. I agree with them. In the country of law and order, everything has to be done according to the Constitution and statute laws. You cannot, even this court, when a judge decides something or a lawyer they find a hearing or a court up there, they will convene regularly. And then the justice will say, clerk, I was a lawyer in that case, or I decided that case downstairs, therefore I'm recusing myself. So we are talking about the orderliness of the plenary. The plenary is convened by the speaker. The presiding officer of the House is the speaker, according to Article 49. And there's nothing but majority. And he has a deputy. There's majority, so that if he's incapacitated, if there's some reason, the deputy can act. But the deputy cannot act when the speaker is still speaker and is prepared to act. But the opinion is simple. You know, and this court, in one of their opinions in 1914, the court said it stands between order and anarchy. I strongly believe that this court is an opinion that will support order, not anarchy.
Council, if I can quote you right this morning, I heard you on 2 FM saying, Speaker might be right, political way might play. I mean, how can you classify that or clarify?
No, we don't care about the politics. I really don't care whether Speaker Kofa stays or not. The right thing must be done. The law is the law. The law must be superior to politics at all time for order.
So who is on the right side?
In my view, the quote-unquote majority is on the wrong side. We don't have anyone called majority in our constitution. If they had the number of people to vote and remove the speaker, they will not talk about majority.
Yeah, argument based on the resolution. The argument based on the resolution that was signed that does not lead any voting process.
And yet you are. All that resolution has to come to plenary. It has to be. There's no way to circumvent it. The House is an orderly place. And like I said this morning, these people, our honorable, must understand that they historically are the first legislative branch in Africa. in the history of Africa. When you listen to, so they have to be, they must consider the history. People going that the first branch of government that was established in Liberia on August 10, 1847. Even before the president was elected, even before the judicial was established. I advise them and say, many of us who are lawyers are prepared to give them free legal counsel so that their decisions can be respected. Because this chaotic thing is not good for this country. When you listen to the argument of Councillor Barney Sherman, his reliance and all of that, what can you speak to his argument? I don't agree with Councillor Barney Sherman. There's no question. Councillor Sherman wants. What's the disagreement with him? What do you think the Supreme Court is? Councillor Sherman wants the Supreme Court not to make any decision. And I support it, so that the chaos over there continues. How do you see the Supreme Court cannot do that? Because, like I said, in 1914, the Supreme Court ruled that it stands between chaos and order. They will always choose order. They have also said in their book is that any act of the legislature, the executive, even act of the judiciary itself that is unconstitutional, the court will sit and hear it. Are you telling me the ongoing situation at the House of Representatives as being chaotic? It is very chaotic. Why would you say so? It's not orderly. Listen, if you are a billionaire in America or Europe and you want to come invest now, and you hear this kind of thing going on in the church is not functioning, the failure of the House to function properly means this government is not functioning properly. In fact, I believe that the action is treasonable. But the action is undermining the Constitution of Liberia. The Constitution says, Article 76E, that anything that undermines the Constitution is treason. Are you on the side of Councillor Kofa based on his stance? What side are you? I'm on the side of the law. Why do you think the executive is agreeing basically with the majority? That is also wrong. I said it. Are you saying President Ouattara and his executive are totally wrong? He is wrong. Have you given such advice privately? The decision by members. So he doesn't listen to you. The decision by members. I didn't say that. Okay. But have you been able to offer that advice to him? Because when he appointed the executive director of the World Cup, I was supposed to publicly express my views. I wrote him when he appointed the new executive director of the World Cup, and actually responded to that. The only thing I'm disappointed that I've called upon him to deal with the lower hanging fruit since we have a rescue mission. This thing called graduation fee is unacceptable. It's putting unnecessary burden on families, and I've told him just issue an executive order and get rid of that. What graduation fee are you talking about? All graduation fee. Primary, secondary, all graduation fees. I've seen people paying $75 for kindergarten children. It's unacceptable. Education is a right, and the government is under obligation to provide education. So, are you also proposing the matter at the capital? Thank you. Also, during the second round of elections, this party, though he did not offer or he did not take any side, Haji, but his party did, a majority of the members supported the Unity Party alliance at the time. He has stated clearly here that he's on the side of the law. He's not on the side of Councillor Kofa nor the majority black, but he has called on the Supreme Court to rule to bring to an end this impasse or chaos, as he termed it to be. Now, we did speak to representatives from both sides. They are saying that the Supreme Court is going to rule in their favor, but the Supreme Court has not come up yet with a date as to when they will hand down their opinion in this matter. The court has entertained arguments from both sides, and those arguments were based on legal reliance as well. Councillor Barney Sherman has asked and prayed the court not to take any decision whatsoever in the ongoing political impasse there at the Capitol building. But Councillor Tiawam Wonglo has said, with what is happening, is tantamount to treason in the country. Liberians, home and abroad, have been keenly following what is unfolding here at the Supreme Court of Liberia. What the decision will be, we've been hinted that those lawmakers, self-styled majority bloc, are going to continue to hold session in the joint chambers at the Temple of Justice. Many have said Speaker Kofa is on the side of defending history and setting a precedent that will be followed
by many to come. We had Speaker Tyler caving in. We also did have Speaker Eddie Loving Snow caving in as well. Whether or not Speaker Kofa is going to bow down to the political pressure, he has put up a very good legal fight. This started on the 17th of October and we've gone 1 month and 5 days. There seems to be no end in the political impasse there. Liberia as a country constitutionally should have one speaker, but in this very chaotic and very strange times, we have two persons portraying themselves to be Speaker of the House of Representatives. All eyes will be on the guys and the ladies up there at the Supreme Liberia. What decision they will take is going to effectively be written down in history, not to only affect what is happening
Damo,
today, but it's going to affect future political
Damo,
impact.
you are low. You are low.
Damo, are you hearing me?
Yeah, providing the 360 coverage of
Damo, can you make some adjustment? We're not hearing you. You are very low.
Kama Slaga, here, Jurassic Joe, and Yekasi Zubich have formed part of this team. Thank you for watching. When we turn over the studio, if there's any other questions we have. So that's a Cholople is also a part of the team. Please don't forget.
Damo, okay, we will get to you, Damo. We will get to you. Let's keep your video on. We will get to you very soon.
All right, and also for our listening audience, for those in the radio land, we will tell you that we are still at the Supreme Court, bringing you footages of what is happening outside of the court. Yes, colleagues, you just heard Damo report. If you grab few of what you could get, you also heard one of the legal experts. He is considered in our country, Tiawon Gonglo. You heard him. You heard what he said. If I grab a few, he said that yeah, the Constitution is being undermined. He said there is nothing like majority. You understand? That was what he said. There's nothing like majority. He considered branches of government that might be doing business with the majority black. It is wrong. He also said that he didn't agree with Councillor Sherman. He talked to us from there outside of the Supreme Court. They just came from inner court, and we all know that he is one of the legal experts. And I don't know what you make of what he said, but we told our audience that today will not be the judgment day of this case. We know that it is going to be extended to next week, but at the same time, we still have to bring you coverages from the Supreme Court. Cyrus, you wanted to come in?
Yes, so it means that there will be no legislative activities until the ruling from the Supreme Court.
Not even tomorrow.
Yeah, listening to Councillor Tiawang Gonglo and talking about, and also listening to Councillor Vani Sherman. Vani Sherman basically saying that he's optimistic that the majority bloc, the ruling will be in favor of the majority bloc. And Councillor Gonglo also saying that he's also hopeful that Speaker Kofa will maintain his leadership at the level of the House of Representatives. And so we have been going through the arguments since today, and what we just hope is that the ruling from the court, we hope to listen to the ruling from the court, and whatever it is, we just hope that the lawmakers will abide by it. And I'm very, very convinced that everyone, including the lawmakers, will abide by whatever rulings that will come from the Supreme Court, because this is a country of law, and the Supreme Court is the highest arbiter of justice in this country. And so once they come up with the ruling, whatever it is, people will just have to abide by it.
Okay, so from what has happened, it shows that in last Thursday when we were here, Lorena, and when the CEO asked, I said, this is a beginning of a whole legal battle of Capitol Hill, and we are seeing that just the beginning, and perhaps if we don't get any ruling this week, next week, and all of that. But what it shows, like Sarah was saying, but we, like I always say, we cannot predict, some of the lawmakers, because from those the majority bloc, they always say that they are saying that the court cannot interfere with what's unfolding at the legislature. So perhaps on tomorrow we hope to see, or we will be waiting to see whether there will be some session conducted by them, because I think last week, was it on yesterday, was it Koga or Kun, who said that their legal team is representing them at the Supreme Court, so they can be at the legislature, conducting their affairs, while their legal team is conducting the legal aspect. So we hope to see what will unfold on tomorrow from my end. And also, yes, we hope that the law can be the law if the Supreme Court comes up with its ruling, because from the two sides, one from the Fonati side, Fonati has made it clear that if the rightful procedure is followed and he's actually removed, he will, step down. Unlike the majority bloc that keeps saying that they are in conformity with the law and nobody can interfere with what they do in terms of because it's a separation of power, it's a separate branch of government.
I just want to
So
interject.
yes,
The fact that they submit to the court and their lawyer, they didn't say
Oh, you're sorry. I was muted. You're sorry. You're sorry. You're sorry. I was muted. Sorry. Sorry. Uh, that was a technical glitch. Yeah. So we will be joining our team there at the Supreme Court to climax. Haji Masale, you can join us.
Okay, folks, just sorry for that technical glitch. Many thanks to all of you for joining us. We have listened to what happened at the Supreme Court today, and we were giving you live update from the court, and we will continue with this. We hope that tomorrow the House of Representative will resume their work. But again, the Supreme Court issued a communication to them asking them to return to status quo. I hope they will respect that by not. I think that the sound is okay now. By not going to session. But again, we cannot confirm 100% that they will attend or they will not attend. So we hope there will be session tomorrow or there will be no session tomorrow. But until then, many thanks to all of you. I'm trying to get the team from the Supreme Court to climax while the technical issue that took place back home in studio is being settled. So many thanks to all of you for joining us. This is Spoon, and this is what we do. This is what we do always. We come here to make sure that you, our followers, get informed. We've been here for 3 hours and 52 minutes, almost 4 hours, just to make sure that you get informed. We started from the homes of the lawmakers to Capitol Hill, from Capitol Hill to the Supreme Court, and enter the chamber where we had a strategic point there to give you live update of what was happening, and you got some of the arguments. Some of the major points were highlighted, and you got them. We are awaiting judgment from the Supreme Court, maybe in the coming days. We hope we will get a ruling from them. But we also listened to the Ministry of Justice saying that no constitution, no part of the constitution was violated, so the Supreme Court should stay away from it. So we are hoping to get a good decision in favor of any of the groups, in favor of the majority bloc or in favor of Speaker Kofa. All we want is a result that will make our lawmakers to return to session. So if we can't get our team back, we will call this a day. The team is going through the technical problem. As soon as they are done, we will resume. But again, many thanks to all of you, and thanks to all of our reporters who helped to make this edition a success. And we will continue with it tomorrow and forever until we get a better solution that will be in the interest of Liberia. And we will continue to bring you more updates. So I'm trying to get the team on Capitol Hill back. As soon as I get them, they will give us the final update, and then we call it a day. So keep following us, and many thanks to all of you who helped to share. So I'm trying to communicate with the team back from the Supreme Court. They are setting up. As soon as they are done, we will get them on. We will get them back on. So let me put a WhatsApp number here that you can call. Let's get your reaction. Let's get your reaction to what you just listened to. Let me put a WhatsApp number here. If you call that number direct, please, the number is way in Liberia. Just call the number on WhatsApp. You call direct, I'm not going to answer you. 199. I'm coming. I'm trying to get a WhatsApp number for you to call while we are with our team to come back. 99 555 11 11 99. I think I got it. Okay. Call this number on WhatsApp only, please. Okay. All right. Call that number on WhatsApp, and then we will call it a day. So let me get this caller. The number to call on WhatsApp, don't call direct. The number to call on WhatsApp is +231 555 11 11. Bro, I'm live. Don't call on Messenger. Call the WhatsApp, please. +231 555 11 11 99 is the number to call. +555 11 11 99. Hello. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm calling from the US.
Okay, go ahead and make your point.
Okay, thank you. First of all, James, this thing is not even a case. But Liberia is kind of country where people don't respect the law. These guys know exactly what they're doing. Give the speaker due process. We go in the same chamber with the speaker, and the speaker recuse himself, and you'll take it from there. But because they do not want to follow this procedure, so they are just dragging the Liberian people around. And everyone sitting looking at their own legislative politics. But you are not thinking about your life. Oh, I heard some people calling earlier when you guys were on the show, telling you that, oh, let's speak of COVID, they're forgetting me, like people looking like this today. So, thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I appreciate you guys for all the hard work.
All right, thank you. Lauren, welcome.
Yeah, James, we are back, and Denise will be coming through soon too. I know we are summarizing now. We are concluding.
Yeah, so while you still setting up, let me get a few calls.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello?
Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Cyrus, and I'm calling you from Minnesota.
Go ahead.
Yeah, before I can address the issue in question, which I do is Supreme Court, James, I have a very serious issue with you when it comes to analyzing your issue. You know, you are a journalist, don't act like a politician. Journalists should always be acting like independent about it, but you always there as a politician and you sharing information on Facebook like a politician. You have to desist from that. You don't have to be doing this stuff because you are a Liberian. Yes, we know that you are a Liberian, but when you're a journalist, you don't side on the other side. So you need to leave that and focus on why you're doing it through journalism. Thank you. When it comes to our Councilor Polanti Kofa, we Liberian, we need to follow the law. We always take bypass to get to the right one. Why not can I use the Constitution? Okay? The Constitution says majority, simple majority, which have to be 49. If you guys don't have the 49 vote, not be around. Say you guys allege that they were alleged that they distributed money for other laws maker to John and do whatsoever, let them do the same thing. So they should not just take a man that if this happen this way, it will continue to happen. And I'm backing the current speaker, not the rebel leader from Nima County, or the current one.
All right, thank you, Chief. Thank you. We don't have a rebel leader in Liberia.
We can take calls from Liberia too, James.
Yeah, I'm coming. Let me get this. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. Your name and where you calling from. You have to put strength in your voice.
Yeah, I saw the number on my phone, and so I decided to.
All right. I don't know how you got a number on your phone. Okay, you can go ahead and get some. Okay, let me get this last caller. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Emmanuel Cole.
Yes, sir. This is Emmanuel Cole calling from North Dakota, United States.
Mm-hmm.
I want to thank the network for all the updates. The network is doing well. So the phone call on the day-to-day activity. But listening to Councilor Guru and with that, the report the guys are making as to what the justice minister say, we are not surprised. This is a calculated plan. This is a plan to hurt the Liberian people. So our constitution is our plan, is our hope. And I was glad to see here, and I'm responsible for what I see. I think Joseph Butler government, especially the Union Party-led government, is trying to destroy our country. And I will say that for the record. Because for a justice minister to come up, why Supreme Court rulings are not come up. And you already think it's time to see the guy that didn't bring no law. It's kind of sad, right? It just clearly said all that Joseph Butler is telling you what to say. That's what I want to say. And I'm not surprised. Those guys who call themselves majority black, I didn't really comment. I say they are all criminals, and you not expect them.
All right, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. You don't have any proof to call lawmakers criminals until you have the proof. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Lauren.
So you can call too. We are from Liberia, 077771075 or 05551010075. Quickly put your points through. We are not going to take more than 5 callers because we have to call it a day. Hello? Yes, good afternoon. What is your name, sir?
Yeah, Agent G from Rudoton, Sengo FE. I remember when Arthur Joseph on say when he told the saying, he made mention of if the just they now ran up service, it will cause a chaos. To me, the chaos you're referring to is tomorrow. If you ready.
I think we lost Laurie. So let me just get two more calls and then call it a day. Many thanks to all of you. We will be here tomorrow to continue by giving you more updates from the capital. Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing good. My name is Matthew Benson. I'm calling from Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a quick add on to what everybody else been saying. I think it's clear, like we agree that the speaker removal shouldn't be an issue. But the process in which the removing is the Liberian people issue yet. Take the conversation into the chamber, vote upon it, and make it a law, and remove it. That's simple. We are not saying that it shouldn't be removed. We are not saying that people should go spend their budget and stay in power. No. Let them do the right thing. That's all the Liberian people are saying, and that's what all the lawyers are saying. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The last caller, and then we call it a day. We lost that call. Let me get this. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Good morning.
Yeah, your name and where you calling from?
My name is Siaka Sharif, calling from New Jersey.
Yeah, you have 2 minutes.
Are you with me?
Hello?
Hello, so how are you doing?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that is Steve Stevens. So I think to the media team, I think you did extremely well. You are doing extremely well. So, but with the ruling, I advise our Liberians to keep it cool, because the case are not been adjudicated yet, and by the Supreme Court, and there are just section of views, but with the level of your interaction with your analysis, and anyway, many Liberians would know that the case is there somewhere. And also, thank you so much. So to the majority bloc, I think they did extremely well at standing together, to rescue this country. So thank you.
All right, thank you. To all of you, and thanks to all of our producers, our reporters, and thanks to the management for making sure that this broadcast was a success. This is how we love to leave you. And don't forget to join Spoon Talk tonight. Don't forget to join Spoon Talk tonight, because all of what you got here will be discussed tonight. And the updates, we still have them in safekeeping. They will also read some of the updates to you. So if you missed it, follow Spoon Talk. The update will come your way again, what we got from the court today. So until then, my name is James Goodell Flomo from Warsaw. I'd love to say bye from my end and see you again tomorrow. Bye.